we would like to reconvene our board meeting and starting with a quorum. Here. Here.
Here.
Nozet,
Here.
Dr. Maniak,
Here.
Ms. Mitchell,
Here.
Ms. Orlowski,
Here.
Dr. Tomlinson.
Here.
I have a quorum.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda, I guess, would be, we will turn it over to the ALJ. So,
Perfect. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Let me make sure who is here. Thank you. Do we have the petitioner present? Is that you, sir? Oh, thank you. And what about the Deputy Attorney General? Oh, by WebEx. Okay, perfect.
Hi, Deputy Attorney General Neva Tassin present.
Okay, I'm having a little hard time hearing you, Ms. Nassan. Could you up your volume slightly?
Yes, and I'm having an issue getting my camera to start, so
Oh, I
working
see.
on
That's
that.
why, yeah, I can't see you.
let's see.
And if this is the moderator, you see the drop down next to the start video, you can choose a different camera or set your background. And once you have your settings, you would then click start video.
Just give it a minute. Otherwise, Ms. Tassan, no offense, but we probably don't need to see you as long as you can hear and see us well.
That makes sense. I'm gonna work on the volume too.
Okay, you're a bit clearer now, so I think
Okay,
we're in good shape.
Great.
Did you want a minute to try, or would you like to proceed?
I'd like one more minute to try, please.
Sure, no problem, no problem. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm having issues connecting my camera, so we can just
No.
get started and hopefully it'll be working for the next hearing.
No problem, Ms. Tassan. And you can see us clearly and hear us, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Then I think we're good to go. All right. All right. I don't know if we've already started the recording, but if not, if we can start that at this time. It's going.
We
Perfect.
have.
Thank you. All right, everyone. We're on the record before the California Veterinary Medical Board, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. We're here to review two petitions this morning, and we'll take them in the order that they appear on the agenda. The first is a petition for early termination or modification of probation by J. Wade Bird, spelled Wade is W-A-D-E, Bird, B-Y-R-D, DVM. License number is 10381. The OAH case number is 2026-030-316, and the agency case number is 460-2021-000-373. My name is Wim Van Rooyen. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings that's been assigned to the petition hearing today. Today's date is April 16, 2026. Notice for hearing at 9 a.m. It's 9:05 a.m. We are conducting this matter in person and via WebEx. We've already had the board members identify themselves earlier on, but just so we have this on the record for this petition, if we can take the roll call, please, for quorum. Oh, we can just,
Go to the row like last time. Dr. Zito,
Here.
Ms. Pulowski,
Here.
Dr. Bradbury,
Here.
Mr. Espinoza,
here?
Dr. Manyak,
Here.
Ms. Mitchell,
Here.
Ms. Orlowski. Here. Dr. Thomason.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I do find that the quorum is present. Let me take the appearance of our Deputy Attorney General, who is appearing virtually. My understanding is she's having some issues with her video camera, but we can hear her and she can see us and hear us clearly. If you can just confirm that for the record as well. If you could state your name. Thank you.
That is confirmed, Your Honor. Deputy Attorney General Neva Tassin appearing on behalf of the Attorney General's office.
Good morning to you, Ms. Tassin. Thank you so much for being here. And last but not least, our petitioner, if you could just state your name and spell it for the record.
Sure. My name is John Wade Bird.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Bird. Thank you very much for being here. So in terms of the procedures for this hearing, just to give you an outline, the Deputy Attorney General will proceed first and introduce the petition exhibits and provide us with an orientation to this petition. The purpose of the orientation is not to relitigate everything that happened in the past, but just to put it for us in context of what brings us here today. The main focus of the hearing today will be on rehabilitation and efforts you've made since your license was disciplined, and take it from there. After the Deputy Attorney General's orientation, you will have the right to make a presentation under oath to explain why you believe your petition should be granted. You will also have the right to call any witnesses you'd like to testify. Do you have any witnesses here today?
No, I don't.
All right, that's perfectly fine. There's no obligation. Just wanted to mention that you do have the right to do that. You will yourself will then be subject to questioning by the Deputy Attorney General as well as by the board members. I'm just here conducting the proceeding. I don't ask questions. It's the board members who are making the final decision in the case, and so they will be asking some questions. The board is particularly concerned with the rehabilitation that you may have been engaged in. The petitioner is reminded that the board has had the benefit of reading the petition packet, so there's no need for you to necessarily repeat everything that's in there, but what can be very helpful is to highlight or emphasize any portions that you think are particularly important that you want to bring to the board members' attention, as well as add or supplement anything that you feel is appropriate to do today. After the hearing, the board will go into a closed session to deliberate. That you won't receive a decision today, but you will receive a written decision in the mail at some point in the future. Do you have any questions for me about the proceeding before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. All right, then I will turn it over to you, Ms. Tassin, to introduce the petition packet and materials exhibits as you choose and provide us with a procedural history of the case. And you can do that in whichever order you prefer.
Thanks. I'll start by marking the Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 contains the notice of hearing, a copy of petitioner's license certification, the petition for early termination of probation, petitioner's written statement, letters of support, continuing education certificates, the decision and order effective April 5, 2023, with the accusation attached. Afterwards, there is the probation compliance report and probation correspondence and monthly supervision reports. I ask that this be marked and admitted.
Any objections, sir, to admitting Exhibit 1, which is the summary that the Deputy Attorney General just gave?
No.
Thank you, sir. Exhibit 1 is admitted. And you may
Next.
proceed whenever you're ready, Ms. Tassin. Sorry, thank you.
No, thank you. Next, I'm going to provide a timeline of the events in this case. On June 5th, 1989, the board issued veterinarian license number VET 10381 to petitioner. On March 21, 2020, a board inspector performed an inspection of respondent's mobile unit at the Santa Anita racetrack. Experts reviewed the records procured at that inspection. And the board received veterinarian confidential reports from the California Horse Racing Board documenting the patients treated by petitioner from January 2021 to March 2021. These reports revealed that petitioner administered identical medications to clusters of equine patients, identical medications and treatments at the same time without medical necessity. On June 14, 2022, an accusation was filed with the following causes for discipline: negligence for prescribing, dispensing, administering drugs, medications without performing an examination and forming a diagnosis for approximately 20 horses. Unprofessional conduct is the second cause for discipline for dispensing unnecessary, dangerous drugs to equine patients without medical necessity, about 20 horses. Unprofessional conduct for failure to establish a veterinary client-patient relationship on approximately 75 occasions, administering, prescribing, and dispensing drugs, medications. The fourth cause for discipline, record-keeping violations for approximately 15 horses, and multiple record-keeping violations for each horse. The fifth cause for discipline, selling, delivering, holding, or offering for sale drugs that are misbranded on 8 horses, and to 7 of those horses, multiple occasions. The sixth cause for discipline, unprofessional conduct, failure to comply with minimum standards for drug logs. Seventh cause for discipline, unprofessional conduct, possession or use of prohibited drugs that are not FDA approved, no less than 75 occasions. The eighth cause for discipline, for routinely failing to provide required drug consultations for prescribed dangerous drugs between January 2019 and April 2021. With an effective date of April 5, 2023, the accusation resolved with a stipulated settlement with the following terms. Respondent agreed that there was a factual basis for the causes for discipline, not to contest those facts, and agreed that his license was subject to discipline. His license was revoked and revocation was stayed. He was placed on probation with 4 years with the standard terms and condition, as well as inspections, medical records reviews, continuing education, and a $3,000 fine. On September 19, 2024, the board performed an inspection at petitioner's workplace. In the exhibit at page A170 to A171, there is a September 2nd, 2025 probation violation letter regarding deficiencies for 5 patients. On September 15th, 2025, petitioner responded to the probation violation letter regarding these record-keeping compliance issues. That response is located at A172 to A179. On October 21, 2025, petitioner filed his petition with the following attachments: a statement, 4 letters of support, and 4 continuing education certificates. On March 13, 2026, the probation monitor drafted the probation compliance report. It reflects that 1 quarterly report was untimely. There was a March 13, 2026 probation violation letter regarding violations in relation to cost recovery and fine payments. In terms of medical records reviews, there were 6 untimely monthly supervision reports. There was untimely completion of the first 10 hours of record keeping continuing education for the first year of probation, but it was completed. Petitioner has not yet provided his request for approval of 10 hours of record keeping for the 3rd year of probation as required. The outstanding cost recovery is $5,799. The outstanding fine is $300. I received the update regarding these outstanding costs and fine yesterday from the probation monitor. And with that, I will turn the matter over to the court.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hassan. All right, sir, now is your opportunity to present evidence in support of your petition. I'm assuming you'd like to testify, is that correct?
Please.
All right, if you could please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. You can put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record now that you're testifying as a witness.
John Wade Bird, JOHN WADEBYRD.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Bird. Again, since you don't have an attorney to ask you questions, I'm just going to let you speak freely under oath and tell us what things you would like to highlight or emphasize about your petition. Again, the goal today is not to necessarily relitigate everything that happened in the past, but especially focused on your conduct while on probation and your rehabilitative efforts you've engaged in. All of that is fair game. After you feel like you've said everything you'd like to, I will then turn it over to Ms. Hassan to ask you some questions, and then the board members may have questions for you as well. So with that said, sir, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Okay, great. So I want to thank all the board members for allowing me to come forward and state my case for reinstatement off of probation. I think you guys have heard from multiple equine veterinarians and stories about the same. So I know that you guys got some packets. I trust once you review the packets, look through the information and see the progression that I've taken this matter extremely serious. I've implemented a number of changes in my practice in regards to record keeping and other methodologies as far as templates, and in being compliant on the end of the day, it is definitely tacked on, 2 to 3 extra hours of work, of paperwork, but it's extremely important from the medical record for the horses that I treat and for the owners themselves. So this has been going on now for about 3 years, and because it's part of my daily practice and routine, it's become habit. So every day I conscientiously, in filling out the records, have to look at them and make sure that they have and check all the boxes that are there. Prior to being on probation, I was doing examinations. I was doing any type of diagnostics indicated before any type of treatment plan or therapeutics, were initiated. So it's not that the exams weren't being done. They're definitely being done. They just weren't being recorded in the right place. It was required to fill out every day by 10 o'clock the next morning, a record to one of the sister companies, the California Horse Racing Board. And those, there's still a lot of discrepancies as far as, what are some of the rules and regulations with the California Horse Racing Board versus what are some of the regulations that the Veterinary Medical Board has. And, to, be honest, I didn't have any idea that the Veterinary Medical Board and the Veterinary Practice Act stated that I had to maintain, those records and write them down. I would have been doing it from the beginning. I thought the success looked like as long as I was turning my report into the CHRB, which they only require name of horse, trainer, time of date, treatments that were administered, prescribed, or given. They had no place for, diagnosis, differential diagnosis. anything that's important to the case. In addition, to that going on, at Santa Anita, we're extremely fortunate that the horsemen have nuclear scintigraphy machine that we've done about 26,000 cases. Some of those for the trainers and owners, it generated a report, but that was just simply out of communication with those people. So, and even prior to signing, my stipulated agreement, immediately, we started implementing the record keeping process, getting templates and stuff to be able to help us, minimize the time. But, now my records are accurate, they're thorough, they're complete. And because I've done it for 3 years, it's become habit. And I would say looking after the racehorses and all of the information that goes along with it, I take it extremely seriously. So I'm glad to know that there's a process in place. Now, the California Horse Racing Board and HISA has a different, website where we have to enter in the information. And then as well, we have to maintain the information of the medical records in our own system. So we basically have, several systems that we're continuously entering the information. I know there were as well some medication violations, and I think they're in the packet, and I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have about that. And so anyway, I would just want to thank you again for the opportunity to present my side of it and, why I should be off probation and moving forward, knowing what the Veterinary Medical Board wants.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bird. I'm now going to turn it over back to you, Ms. Tassan, to ask any questions you would like of the petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you. You just mentioned it adds 2 to 3 hours extra work. Is that every week or every day?
Depends on the day, but it's pretty accurate on my side. And then as well, we have a data entry analyst person that has to help us as well, even to get it down to where it's, several hours a day.
How does the analyst assist? What's their role?
Their role is to take my handwritten notes, transcribe them, and place them into the website of the CHRB and of HISA for regulating, the sport of horse racing.
But that was something that was already required, right? The change is adding records that are required by the veterinary board requirements, correct?
Not up until about around 2020 did they implement that. From when I started practicing up until 2020, those were all confidentials I handed in to be in compliance with the California Horse Racing Board. But no, it's a complete and separate website versus our own HVMS medical records at our clinic. So there's several, if you will, entities that have to have access to information.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. You said there are 2 to 3 extra hours a day. What change made that happen?
Definitely the thoroughness and completeness of each horse's medical record. So, it has to have a chief complaint, it has to have history, either a diagnosis or a list of differential diagnosis, prognosis, and, what's my plan for that particular horse. And those were never being entered in the system. It was before simply horse's name, trainer, time, and what was administered. It didn't say anything about what actually takes the time. You know, you have the radiographs, you have your radiographic interpretation, your ultrasonographic interpretation. Those are the things that are taking, you know, increased amounts of time.
So did this shift in adding additional daily work, did that shift in 2020, or did that shift when you started shifting your record keeping as a result of the accusation in this case?
And when I started documenting it for the Veterinary Medical Board and for HISA, just the completeness now extends my records, my pages. And so that's fine. That's what's in the best interest of the horse, and why it matters is if I have to give the owners or another outside veterinarian, he or she should be able to look at the record, know what I was thinking, and coming up with options or plans for that particular horse. And so the records, veterinary or the vet medical records have to stand kind of by themselves. And that's the difference.
That makes sense. So describe the benefit that your patients and their owners get from the shift in your record keeping practice.
Oh, but just simply the thoroughness of, you know, we look at these horses sometimes on a daily basis, 2 or 3 times a week. And so I know each and every one of them. We had, you know, medical journals that we handwritten, log stuff in at each barn so that if I'm not there the next day and it's my day off, the veterinarian that's covering the work for me knows exactly what they're doing, besides a verbal conversation I have with the veterinarian.
You mentioned that an analyst enters your handwritten reports for the horse racing board. Do they have any role in the patient medical record that would be reviewed by the medical board, the veterinary medical board during an inspection?
Yes, they enter it and then we go back and look just to read it, review it, make sure that it's accurate.
And how is what's that review process for you? How is your review to finalize it documented, if at all?
Well, I can review them, pull them up, look at them that day. Then we go kind of week by week, looking at the medical records, making sure that they're complete and accurate, and then we sign off on them.
Okay. Going back to the charges and the allegation, the same medication was administered to groups of horses on the same day. Why?
Okay. Basically, the racehorses, they are doing the same job every day. We're examining them. So certain medications that are protective for the joint that are FDA approved, say in prevention of things, then let's say that they're going to have timed workouts on a Saturday. We may administer the same, chondroprotective drugs on Thursday, and they get them once a week. They're labeled for once a week use. And so if a trainer has 50 horses, you may have 30 of them that need or elect to give Adequan, for example.
Once a week use. So is that pattern, that prescription documented to expect to provide the same medication in 1 week?
Yes, it's documented in the medical records.
And when that next week comes around, is there an exam to determine that that is needed again?
Yes, and so I do what's called the pre-work examination, and it has to be done within 48 hours of when the horse is going to have a timed workout. So let's say the horse is going to work on Saturday, and it's Wednesday. I've examined the horse, watch it jog, do a clinical exam, and then they're administered the Adequan. So yeah, absolutely, they've had multiple exams.
I'm sorry, I lost a connection briefly during your answer. When it is determined that a medication is assigned every week, still an exam performed and a diagnosis documented before it is administered again?
Yes.
Okay. Please talk to us about using medications or substances not approved by the FDA and how that happened and how you've shifted your practice.
So right now, the only, drugs I carry in my practice vehicle are FDA approved. It's rare that we use any non-FDA approved or compounded medication. It's just a much simpler, cleaner way to go about it.
What is Thyro-L?
Thyroil is basically hormonal replacement therapy for horses. During, if you notice, I only have administered 9 1-pound jars in one particular barn for metabolic support. They're ones, say fillies that have cresty necks will tend to tie up, and they've been in regular training and they can't get them to lose weight, for example. If I run say a T3 or T4, most of the time those are normal. So I don't even use or carry Thyroil now at all, but a company called Lloyd's was allowed to sell it, within the state of California, not even, having that FDA license or using it off-label. And so at the racetrack, we don't use it anymore. Although if we wanted to, we have to, draw bloods, T3s, T4s, run post-TSH stimulation tests. And I said, with the 9 1-pound jars over, the time that they looked at my records, I wish I didn't even dispense it to them at that time. It's just not that important.
What's the potential misuse of Thyro-L?
What are some of the consequences?
I guess, what is an alternative benefit from a racetrack perspective? If someone, a racehorse owner, what could they, is there performance enhancement as a potential misuse of that drug?
Yeah, we're not using it in that regard as for a race. We're using it during, some of the early training. And I'll give you a particular example. Young fillies try to tie up, and when we see, crusty neck, thick fillies that just aren't losing weight, and too much excess weight is bad for them when they're doing stuff at speed. And so to help that process, the horses were literally on it for maybe 2 months, and that's it. So there was just a small time frame to integrate it.
Let's talk about the NSAIDs, the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs in the accusation. They decrease inflammation, but they can also mask pain on an equine patient. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct. That's why we have veterinarians that do examinations and take radiographs and ultrasounds when they're indicated. Uh, And so different horses or different cases will respond differently. For example, this last week, had a horse with a horrible foot abscess, and you could give him both butanbanamine, and it doesn't even touch the pain. And you wish he could say, hey, give me something to help control the pain so I don't founder in the contralateral limb. Uh, So it's all over the spectrum. And the good news is that it's mandatory withdrawal, is at least 2 days before a work or race. So when a horse works or races, they have none of that in their system.
And that's because if the butte, for example, still had a therapeutic effect, the horse might push themselves harder than they normally would, which means they could overexert themselves or injure themselves, correct?
Yes, that's why I'm there.
Looking at the approximately 50 times that butte was administered by you in the accusation, 32 times it was a Thursday or Friday, never on a Monday or Tuesday. Please tell us about that.
Yeah, so that goes back to when it was my example with a barn with 50 horses and 30 of them get Adequan. And I have to, the rules and regulations say I'm mandated. I have to look at the horse clinical exam, soundness evaluation, 2 to 3 days before they work. So that happens to fall, let's say on a Thursday, I'm watching them jog, then they get the Adequan the same day. It's just routine and, how we do it. And we're able to, see, examine, make sure the horse is sound, or have minimal, problems that are acceptable to be, so-called clinically sound, safe and sound. And there's really no, drawbacks on, say, a drug like Adequan, helping the joint and the cartilage. It's just part of them being an athlete. And, in training, we're really lucky to have a drug such as Adequan to, help their soundness issues. And so it's no difference than, vaccinating a dog or vaccinating a horse. There's certain things that, when it's chondroprotective, then, we just ask ourselves, is it good for the horse? And so owners that want to have their horse on it, then that's great. If they elect not to, then, that's their priority. But these horses are just simply cyclic loading, every day. And so with that, that's why the timing of so many horses, say, are on Thursday or Friday, because let's say that they were going to enter into a race for that weekend, but they didn't get into the race, then they're going to breeze on Saturday or Sunday. Therefore, the exams and the Adequan came on Thursday or Friday.
What's at the, do you work exclusively at the Santa Anita racetrack or other racetracks as well?
No, currently for the past 3 years, I've worked at San Luis Rey Training Center in
Okay.
Bonsall.
Right. Thank you. For in the time period leading up to the accusation and the timeline, the dates here, what was the pattern of, the routine for the week at the racetracks you worked at? Were Monday and Tuesday off? Were you watching the horses run on Mondays and Tuesdays?
Mondays and Tuesdays happen to be my day off, but one of my colleagues fills in to work those days.
And that was the case in the time
Both.
period.
Yeah, in both when I worked at Santa Anita, for 20 plus years. And then also now that I'm working at San Luis Rey for the last three plus, it's the same as that we have to have a veterinarian that's covering for us. Know the horses as well.
So is your regular work schedule Wednesday through Sunday?
No, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm working 4 days a week right now.
Ms. Tassan, are you still with us?
Yes, yes,
Oh.
sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just reviewing my notes.
You're totally fine. I just wanted to check in.
Thank you. So the accusation describes, by looking at the records that you provide with the horse racing board, that you are averaging 28 horses per workday. Is that still the case?
Yes, it's actually probably more now. And in relation to other veterinarians, it could be less. Some veterinarians are looking at, 50 horses a day.
So to perform the exam, form a treatment plan, administer medications, and then document that, what kind of hours are you putting in on a day?
Yeah. Typically at the track, we start by 5 o'clock and we go until the work's done, which some days is noon, some days it's 2 o'clock. I make basically, some of my, quick skeleton notes, any other verbal notes. So once I get home, I can sit down and just focus directly on the records themselves. And so, and like I said, it could be, let's say 2 hours. So I'm going from 5 in the morning until 1 o'clock. So that's 8 hours. And then we put on another couple of hours in the evening.
And that's focused on the records, you exclusively working on the records.
Yes.
You mentioned that you're reviewing entries sometimes made by an analyst. What's the turnaround time between the analyst? Let me ask that again. What's the turnaround time between you providing treatment to the equine patient and then proofreading, finalizing the notes entered by the analyst?
Okay. So the same day, that day's work is emailed to the, to the data entry person, hopefully by 6 o'clock that day. And then she has from 6 o'clock until 10 o'clock the next morning to have it entered into HISA or the CHRB website. There's no time or restriction as far as when she puts it in HVMS. Right now, we're trying to come up with some programs recognize voice to text, and then she's able to take the exact text and copy and paste that in. So it's just not a good utilization of my time for copy and pasting information that's already there.
I'm just trying to find out how fresh is your memory when you are finalizing someone else's entry into the equine patient's medical record.
I'm sorry, could you ask that again one more time?
Sure. I'm trying to understand the time that elapsed from you providing treatment to you finalizing, approving entries made into the patient's medical record by somebody else, even using your handwritten notes.
Same day.
Okay, thank you. Talk to us about compounding medications. That was a part of the accusation. And talk about your practice now.
My practice now, we don't carry any what they call office stock or patient stock. If a horse requires a compounded medication, let's say horse has respiratory infection, low-grade pneumonia, and we have to order chloramphenicol, then we order it that day and have it shipped back. We keep the receipts, everything showing, which compounding company it came from, what's the concentration and dose, and go from it from that angle. But as of right now, I don't have any compounded medication on my truck. It's not actually a vet truck, it's a liability container.
Um, Back in September 2015, 2025, you responded to the vet board's inquiry about record keeping deficiencies for 5 patients. Tell us what happened there and what you learned from that.
I'm not sure if you're referring to the one in which there was a Panicare pack dispensed. The horse had just came to the track several days earlier, and it was in a barn that my colleague sees primarily. And so it was done, I believe, like 3 or 4 days later, because horse isn't going anywhere. I just didn't write it down on that day.
So your stipulated settlement agreed to 4 years of probation. Why should the board consider early termination for you now?
Well, I think I've demonstrated that, especially as far as the record keeping goes and the medications, that my rehabilitation is excellent. I've gone through, and it's part of a daily routine by now. I don't have to be off probation. I just simply wanted to show up and state the case and let you guys know, what's going on and how we're trying to correct it and putting the guardrails in so that that it's meeting the criteria, on every single horse. The other thing is, if you kind of notice the pattern of the people veterinarians that have worked at the racetrack, there's no young veterinarians interested in doing racetrack practice. If there are, I'd surely like to be able to have them ride along with me, ask questions and stuff, and I can't do that while still being on probation.
One moment.
Take your time.
It appears you don't have a copy of the petition packet in front of you. Do you have one with you?
No, I don't.
Okay. For the benefit of the board, at page A175, this is your September 15th, 2025 response to record keeping reviews. It says below are 12-point concise audits of the cited records and records going forward. And there's bullet points for the patients here. What was your process for this? Tell us about this.
So even when I'm writing up the medical records in the evening, I use those as a kind of a workflow or guide to make sure that I have all the information, checked off for that particular horse that day, being as thorough and accurate as I can.
In these bullet points, were you filling in gaps that were absent in the records for those 5 patients?
Without seeing it, I don't know.
Okay. When you say for cited records and records going forward, is that, when you wrote that, did you intend to share that you're making these adjustments to these reviews and that this is how moving forward you would make sure things were included on the record?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Tassan. All right, now for our board members to see if you have questions. And I'm going to start for one of our petitions. I'll start from that end over there, and then we'll go the other direction for the next petition too. So go ahead, sir, whenever you're ready.
Dr. Bird, thank you for coming today. We really appreciate you being here. I have 2 questions. There were 2 cases in June 2025 with charting deficiencies. I think you may have alluded to one of them, but I'm not totally sure. Can you discuss it? I believe one of them was Howbeit, and the other one was Jet. I forgot the name.
Penny the Jet.
Yes, Penny the Jet.
Okay. So the one on Howbeit, it in the record on June 8th, I didn't state the duration of the case. So I should have written down, this is an acute 5-day lameness or 0.5 out of 5 left front. But when I look back, I had to look back just literally 1 week, and horse was sound every week leading up to that. So that was a change that happened. First day noted was June 3rd, and the day we ended up radiographing horse's left knee was on June 8th.
And Penny the Jet?
Yeah, and so Penny the Jet, they were asking for a specific location that I had mentioned on the suspensory ligament. I took the radiographs of her ankle, and even the soft tissue I could see on the radiographs. I marked it for the trainer to see, stating that it looked, clinically thicker. The board asked me, well, can you be more specific on the location? Well, I'll be more specific on the location and dividing the lateral branch into top, middle, and bottom thirds. But that's done on ultrasonography. He elected to, let's say, take the chip out and didn't want to ultrasound it. So it was documented that ultrasound was declined.
So are you stating that you did have history and physical exam findings on those dates? You just didn't have those particular details?
Yeah, it was when I went to look back at the record, it was there. I don't know. I also provided that in an email that was with it, and it highlighted that
Okay.
the TPR and other things were definitely noted on that day.
Okay.
June 14th, I believe.
All right. No further questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maniak. Dr. Tomlinson?
Thank you so much for being here today. Just so I can be sure I understand this correctly, you commonly work at barns where there are numerous horses. They're all the same age. All the horses are the same breed. All the horses do the same work. All the horses are on the same schedule. All the horses are under the same rules as far as when you can give things. All the horses would benefit from a chondroprotective substance. Can you explain why you might give more than one horse the same thing on the same day?
Yeah, well, to say what day it is, if they're on it on continuously, doesn't matter whether you're doing it on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. It just happens to be, let's say I'm doing the physical exam and soundness evaluation to clear them to work. It just happens that the concentration of the drug or the joint drug happens to fall 48 hours out. So it's a blessing just to, examine the horse and do it.
Yeah, I'm merely pointing out that, of course, you give lots of horses the same thing on the same day because you're required to by the rules.
Yeah. And all the horses aren't the same age necessarily. You can broad brush paint it that they're, 2, 3, and 4-year-olds. But as well, I work on, a 9-year-old horse that's run, say, 72 races. And
Okay.
I don't necessarily we treat each one of them as an individual, not as cardboard boxes or numbers, so to speak.
Yeah, your records prove that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tomlinson. Dr. Solicito?
Good morning, Dr. Bird. I guess the question that I have is more of how has, for somebody that has been doing this for several years, right? You've been in practice for several years. How has this discipline changed your approach and your, I guess, view of how practice in equine medicine should be?
Yeah, that's a good question. It actually hasn't changed. Aiming, for excellence, and determine how many years I've been there. Somebody said, "Oh, we saw Silver Charm at Old Friends in Kentucky." That just goes to show, like, wow, been 30 plus years, and to be able to just be a small part of that is a good thing. I'm not sure exactly what else you want me to answer.
I guess follow up, what is your biggest takeaway from this experience?
Yeah, it's easy. It's the records, the veterinary medical records, and being able to, tightly adhere to achieving a, veterinary client-patient relationship and, what has to take place for that to happen. The many times I don't see the owners. Sometimes the owners live in Dubai or they live in New York or wherever, so I can't talk to them, but the trainer is the absolute insurer of the horse's health, the veterinary practices, and it's a good thing because those trainers have gone through and they have to maintain different types of watching videos and continuing education from their standpoint as well. So just the medical records, once you can kind of tie all of that together, that makes 90% of the problems go away.
So keeping good medical records is primarily what you think is going to make a big difference, but the practice of medicine itself is generally the same?
Yep, it's generally, yes, with the CHRB stepping in and having some of their rules, maybe those ones are forced to do different things, but there's a whole spectrum of trainers from people that are, conservative, that want to do everything, to people that, elect to do nothing.
All right, thank you.
And
No further question from me.
Thank you, Dr. Solicito. Ms. Petlovsky, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you for being here, Dr. Bird. Appreciate it. I do have a couple questions. The first, Ms. Tassan talked about this a little bit and dove in, but I want to get a little bit deeper on your medical notes. And can you tell me specifically, what do you consider a complete medical record for you and what you do? Not for CHRB. I want to know what you consider a complete medical record.
so let's say a horse comes from a farm and comes into the track, initially doing a complete examination, of all their systems, not just a brief temperature, pulse, respiration, looking in their eyes, looking at integument, neurologic, looking at all the systems to give them, one good, examination. Then you can follow up with smaller brief exams before, let's say you're going to sedate them to do some, as far as x-ray or to ultrasound or something. Then we take a TPR at that time.
What do you document? So what are you documenting?
What am I documenting?
Mhm.
Depends what the chief complaint is. And I focus on what the chief complaint is and work my way from that. The majority of our stuff is either respiratory problems, upper airway, lower airway, soundness involving, the entire horse. And the thing that's, exciting in 2026 is, 26,000 nuke scans is, an accomplishment at the racetrack, not for me, but for the horses. So, to be complete on that one, it would be reading or interpreting the nuke scan, writing down the findings, whether it was normal, what are the abnormalities, and what are you recommending? And I think we've seen, I'm pretty lucky I get to work for higher end trainers that tend to, x-ray, ultrasound, those sort of things. So it makes my job a lot easier.
Is there
Yep.
any type of format that you follow every single time?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you're doing, let's say ultrasound, even though the horse has, let's say, a left front tendon, I look at the right one to see what that horse's normal is, measuring in size, consistency. And so, yeah, it becomes, super specific, and things that we can notice that are happening that may only require a 30-day period of no training versus missing it, have the horse work, and then having an injury that needs 8 months to a year plus off and really altering the prognosis. So
Yeah.
we're
And
trying to
then-
detect stuff early, and we're there to speak for the horse.
Thank you. And my last question is, do you feel you have respected the process of going through all of this?
Yeah, I have, whatever I've done, I've wanted to do at an excellent level my whole life, and just, so that's part of it. You either need to do it and, go all in. And so I'm actually, glad, because it's only can, help the horse and have his record go with him, wherever that may be. So, yeah, it's,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you. Thank
thanks.
you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Espinoza.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Bird. And want to compliment you. You had some impressive letters of recommendation in your packet. You were placed on a 4-year term of probation from March of 2023 through 2027, correct?
Correct.
And you filed your petition seeking either termination or modification of probation. Was that in October 2025?
Yeah, and then I believe Dr. Carpenter and Dr. Canfield went in January, so mine, I couldn't have mine until today.
And at the time that you filed your petition for termination or modification, how many letters of probation violation letters had you received at the time that you filed your petition?
I believe it's 2.
And after you filed your petition, how many subsequent or later probation violation letters have you received?
None.
Did you receive any notification about complying with the terms of your probation for conduct in 2026 with respect to either lateness and fee of fines or fees or monthly reports?
Yes, I had a couple. Sure.
How would you characterize your performance on probation for the entire probationary term from March 2023 through the present?
I'd probably say an A minus.
And why would you say A minus?
Because I was late filing my quarterly report. I go into the post office, it's closer to 5 o'clock and they close, and so it gets dated 2 days later, when they send it out on, whatever. So it's just, that's just my fault being, busy or whatever, but it's really no excuse.
Earlier, you testified, you said you've demonstrated excellent rehabilitation. What did you mean by that?
Well, I've tried to look at what, the board set forth and what the Veterinary Practice Act is, and trying to comply within those rules. And had I known that when I first started practicing, let's say I came out of taking the examination to become a veterinarian in California, I wish somebody would have said, hey, listen, following the California Practice Act, Veterinary Practice Act, and keeping complete records is mandatory. Okay, and everybody was doing that, and I would have been fine with it. I didn't know. I thought I was following the California Horse Racing Board and their rules, which they're actually plenary, which means they're all encompassing. They're actually above the Veterinary Medical Board in certain instances, until they, change that, however they have to with legislature. I don't know, but it didn't alter anything that the quality of work or how I'm speaking for the horse or, investigating a possible injury versus something that's benign. So
And once you became aware of the importance of following the records requirements for the veterinary board, did you start doing that, implementing those changes immediately as you started your probation term in March of 2023?
yes, actually even, beforehand, because when, you have the Veterinary Medical Board and stuff coming up, they're, breathing down your throat, you start looking into, wow, what are the accusations going to be? And, how do I, right the ship? And it was just seriously the culture at the racetrack and the Veterinary Medical Board rules and regulations have just shifted to where both need to be in alignment cultural wise, so that, we're speaking about the same horse, the same language, and that's set up, I think, for the horse's benefit. And yeah.
And while you were on probation, there was an inspection where there was some issues identified and raised with respect to records that were brought to your attention in a September 2nd, 2025 probation violation letter, right?
Yes, the lady, Tracy Mumby, at the time she examined my truck, she said, it's, immaculate, it's perfect. I didn't know anything, else about it, because you're you're watching her, you're wondering, what kind of grade is she going to give you? And then what happens, like the two cases that Dr. Maniak asked for, those took place back in June 3rd and June 8th and June 14th. And now we're already in April. I mean, that's how many, it's 8 months that the Veterinary Medical Board there's a gap of 8 months. Why did it take so long? Like, in other words, if you find that in March or October of 2025, why am I waiting all the way till now to find out? In actuality, when I went back and looked, there was nothing wrong with those records. There, could I have been redundant and say, is, day 2 since lameness, day 3 since lameness, day 4, if I've examined him every day, do I have to carry that forward, or am I allowed a little leeway to look back in the medical record and go, oh, it's been 5 days? No, I think we're kind of, cleaving hairs. If we're perfect, I'm not perfect, but if you're talking about that one little mistake being 5 days, gosh, and you can still see it in the horse's medical record. A layperson could see the horse sound, and then it'd have been, maximum of 5 days. And we're arguing about something that's minuscule.
In that September 2nd, 2025 letter bringing the probation violations to your attention, there was more than one instance, wasn't there?
I don't have it in front of me. If you want to say specifics, I could maybe just remember.
Do you remember offhand how many there were? There was a Westward Look from November of 2023, correct?
One second.
And Emerald Flash, November of 2023. Kit's Caddy in November 25th of 2023. La Paloma in November 29th of 2023, and Kid Azteca, October of 23. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, it does. If I could, however I responded to the complaint, I think, that's what it is. You can read it out loud. I don't know. And I went back and explained it or justified it. I'm not quite because that's a little further back. I can't remember the exact nature of those. I remember those two cases because I'm recently involved as far as responding, so they're crystal clear.
In looking back at the totality of your time on probation, March of 2023 through the present, would you characterize that entire period of being A- behavior with respect to probation compliance?
Should be pretty close. My effort's definitely been there. Whether it's, a B+ or A-, and, still trying to improve myself every day. So it, when you're logging so many cases, you can, something slips through the crack, and I don't know it, but if somebody could tell me that day and I could self-correct it or correct it, then I would. But I definitely wouldn't wait 7 or 8 months when, like, the cases aren't, I've looked at, so many horses and stuff. Yeah, I try to remember each one and give each one a nickname, but I'd have to, if I look back at the notes, I could definitely explain it.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Good morning, Dr. Bird. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I wondered, you mentioned something about the fact that there are not a lot of younger veterinarians in this practice, and that because you're on probation, you were not able to really mentor people. Are there opportunities for that? And is that something that you would be wanting to do?
Yeah, if we haven't, scared them off by now, but the same with, like with, Dr. Carpenter, you have some of the best equine veterinarians. Even, my father being a veterinarian and being able to, I work with Dr. Carpenter and step back and look at that and know the body of work that he's done as a surgeon. He's not just an average surgeon. I can promise you, he's, I've, consider myself lucky to be able to associate, some of the best veterinarians with some of the best thoroughbred horse racing, and just being able to get our records caught up and be exemplary, for the California Veterinary Medical Board is something I don't, take lightly. It's, if it was a couple extra hours at the end of the day, that's significant time I can, do other things just as you would, so it's a bit of a sacrifice, but it's worth it, I think our number of fatalities is almost diminished to nothing. If you look at it, touch wood, it's been over 2.5 years that I've had horse where I've had to euthanize it. It's 2.5 years being a veterinarian, and it's pretty remarkable. It's not just doing it because of myself, but doing it as a team, as the track maintenance and things like that. For it to all come together is something I'm ecstatic about.
Thank you for that. And I really appreciate your sincere and detailed answers. So I don't have any further questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Bradbury?
It's on. Okay. Hi, good morning, Dr. Bird. Thank
Thank
you again for being here. So I feel like you have answered all the questions quite thoroughly. I did want to just do a follow-up question about your records, just because I think that maybe you misunderstood the question when Ms. Pulowski asked about how you document your records. I think you were going more on how you work up a case a little bit, and which was also very detailed and thorough. But like in terms of writing a written record, what method do you use? Like some people use the SOAP format, some people, group things in different ways. Just very briefly, what method would you use to write a written record?
So I use the SOAP method, but even higher and above that, I'm looking at including the diagnosis, the prognosis, and plan wherever I can.
Great.
And
Great. Okay. And then my other question is just prior to 2020, when HISA came in and the things were being documented in that manner, like how are you able to know what was going on with a horse? Like, say a new horse that had come in, if all that has been documented has been in the confidentials and it's really just the drugs or treatments that have been administered, it doesn't really say what leg they were lame on or what metabolic disorder or what respiratory disease they had. How were you able to, with so many patients, go in and know what was happening with your horses?
Once a horse, let's say we're working a horse up and he has a set of radiographs, and he's going to have some mild procedure or surgery before going to the farm. In those type of cases, I would work them up and provide an email to the trainer, and the trainer could forward to the owner if they want, or they can keep it. And then if we had to go back and see what was wrong with it, anything major, I just have to go into my email, type the horse's name, and then it comes up. And the same with my colleagues. The other one is we have, like day logs or a journal. So like today be, April 16th, check this horse, and this one. This horse has a fever, this horse, whatever it is. but I'll fill that out, by hand as I'm looking at the horse. And that stays as kind of our internal medical records from like me to Dr. Carpenter or Dr. Canfield can show up and they look at it and they know what's going on. If I haven't, sometimes they just verbally communicate. I'm going away for 3 or 4 days. These are the important ones to look at. All the other stuff's routine. And so I don't think the information, especially when it requires those diagnostics, they would get an important, like, hey, what do we see on radiographs? What are we doing here? We document it. But it wasn't part of the medical record.
And
Yeah.
did you submit those journals by any chance when the board was
Yeah,
investigating?
they took some
Pictures.
photocopies and stuff, but because it wasn't exactly what they wanted and it wasn't in the medical record, it's just external. It might as well be on a note somewhere.
Okay. And do you feel like you're a better doctor having the detailed information to look at for your patients now?
Yeah, absolutely. I had to look at this process of, I'm going to be a better vet when I come out the other side, whether it's now or in another year, that I'm on probation. I'm fine with either because the end goal is the same.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Orlowski.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Berg, for coming today. I will spare you from any additional questions. I think they've all been asked. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. Or did any board members have any additional questions in light of other members' questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much. I just want to confirm with you, Ms. Tassan, the amounts. I took them down. The outstanding cost recovery is $5,799, and the fine outstanding is $300. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me turn to the page where that's written down before you. Can you repeat that?
Yes, of course. I have the outstanding cost recovery is $5,799, and the
Yes.
outstanding fine is $300.
That's correct.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with Ms. Tassan? No further questions?
No further questions, Your Honor. And just so you know, my last name is actually pronounced Tassin. I should have started with that.
Tassin, I am so sorry.
It's okay.
My apologies. As I said to my fellow board member here, I didn't hear your introduction initially because of the audio, and I've been messing it up since then. So I really do apologize. I mean no disrespect.
It's okay.
Thank you, Ms. Tassin. All right. Sir, are you satisfied with your presentation? No further statements?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and testimony here today. At this time, the record is closed and the matter is submitted for decision, and we can go off the record in this matter. I'll turn it over to Madam President to decide how we'd like to proceed.
Before we go to the next case, can we take a 15-minute break?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank
Just
you.
so you know, the court, I'm sorry, OH made me select a time for the next hearing. That was not the same as the 9 a.m. So I selected 11 a.m. to be on the safe side. So I don't know if maybe we
If
could
the petitioner is here, then we can proceed in 15 minutes as opposed to 11 a.m. If everyone else is okay with that, I'm sure. So what is it, 10:24 now? So we'll be back at 10:40. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, I'll email them. They are appearing remotely.
Yes, we
Thank
do have,
Thank you,
we
Ms.
do have
Tassin.
attorney Justin Robinson and
Yes.
Mr. Robinson. You do have freedom to unmute yourself at this point. But we are on break, but I just want to make sure we can hear you.
Yes, we are here and we are able to proceed in 15 minutes.
Wonderful,
Perfect.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now turning it over to our ALJ.
Thank you very much. All right, let me just make sure we have everyone we need. Our Deputy Attorney General?
I do see that her connection dropped. I will re-promote. And we may have access to a camera at this point. And Neva Tassin, you do have the ability to unmute and begin video if you'd like.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Tassin, we can hear you. If you can just, again,
Okay.
raise your voice just ever so slightly, that would be great. And
Yes.
thank you so much. And then we also have our petitioner with counsel. Good morning. Can you hear me well enough?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, then we can proceed. All right, we are on the record before the California Veterinary Medical Board, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. We're here to review our second petition this morning. That is a petition for reinstatement filed by Nasir Ahmed, DVM, spelled Nasir, Ahmed, AHMED. This is surrendered license number 12267 and OAH case number 2026031076. My name is Wim Van Rooyen, spelled W-I-M space V-A-N space R-O-O-Y-E-N. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. It's been assigned to this petition hearing. Today's date is April 16, 2026. It's 10:41 a.m. and we are conducting this matter in person and via WebEx. Can I please have the board members identify themselves for a quorum? Ms. Sieferman, if you can take the roll call.
Dr. Solistito?
Here.
Here.
Dr. Bradbury?
Here.
Mr. Espinoza?
Here.
Dr. Maniak?
Here.
Ms. Mitchell?
Here.
Ms. Orlowski?
Here.
Dr.
Here.
Thomas? We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And appearance of the Deputy Attorney General, please.
Deputy Attorney General Neva Tassin appearing on behalf of the Attorney General's office.
Good morning again, Ms. Tassin. And finally, the petitioner and counsel for petitioner.
Attorney Justin Robinson, representing Dr. Nasar Ahmed, and also appearing as petitioner Nasar Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Ahmed, and good morning to you, Mr. Robinson. So in terms of the procedure today, first, the Deputy Attorney General will give us an orientation of the procedural history of the case and introduce the petition exhibits. And then after that, you will have an opportunity to make a presentation under oath with your client. Mr. Robinson, did you intend to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, please. Just
All right.
briefly.
And I'm just going to ask everyone to be as brief as possible, but not a problem. You do have the right. Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call other than your client, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor, just one. And I do believe that that individual is currently in the meeting. The name is Dr. Ravinderjeet Singh Sidhu.
All right. Thank you very much. We can take that up later on. I just want to make sure we are aware, obviously, as counsel, you've explained the procedural process to your client, but primarily we are concerned today with the rehabilitation in support of the petition. We will obviously look at the procedural history of how we got here, but the main focus is the efforts that your client has taken since discipline was last imposed. So after he testifies, there will be an opportunity for the Deputy Attorney General to ask questions and the board members to ask questions of your client, as well as the other witness he intends to present. After the hearing, the board will go into a closed session to deliberate. You won't get an oral decision today, but a written decision will be provided in the future. Any questions, Mr. Robinson, before we proceed?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Tassin, to present the petition exhibits and also a procedural history of the case.
Thank you. I ask that the court mark Exhibit 1. This is an index of what is contained in Exhibit 2.
All right. Any objection to Exhibit 1?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thanks. Next is Exhibit 2. It starts with a notice of hearing, the license certification for petitioner, his petition for reinstatement, a citation with cease and desist order, which became final on October 13, 2023. Next, the decision and order effective October 1st, 2020 for stipulated surrender. Next, the petition to revoke probation and accusation, which was filed in November of 2017. Then the decision and order effective November 30, 2014, with the attached second amended accusation that was filed in May 2014. Next is the request for a live scan, continuing education certificates, letter with summary of continuing education from Justin Robinson. And next is the attachments to that letter, starting with respondent's written statement, then support letters, and proof of continuing education. I ask that this be marked and admitted.
Any objection to Exhibit 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Next, Exhibit 3 is a letter from the VMB to petitioner in June of 2023. I ask that this be marked and admitted.
Any objection to Exhibit 3?
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 3 is admitted.
I ask that Exhibit 4 be marked and admitted. It is an email from petitioner to the VMB.
Any objection to Exhibit 4?
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Lastly, Exhibit 5 is the DOI investigation report with redactions. It's dated June 7, 2023.
Any objection to Exhibit 5?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Next, I'm going to provide a timeline for the board. On February 7, 1995, the board issued veterinarian license number VET 12267 to respondent. January 23rd, 2006, the board issued a premises registration to petitioner for All Creatures Animal Hospital in Murrieta, California. In May 7, 2014, the second amended accusation case was filed. It had 24 causes for discipline involving 7 pets, 8 causes for discipline for negligence, 7 causes for incompetence, 7 for record keeping, 1 violation regarding radiographic films, and 1 violation regarding anesthesia. November 30, 2014, the decision order became effective with terms and conditions that included a 40-day license suspension, practice limitations, inspections, supervised practice, continuing education, clinical training, clinical or written examination, and fine and ethics training of 15 hours per year of probation. These are terms that are in addition to the standard terms. Next, November 1st, 2017, the petition to revoke probation and accusation case was filed. 4 pets that belong to the same owner were involved here. 10 causes for discipline, 3 for negligence, 3 for incompetence, 1 for unprofessional conduct, and 3 for record keeping issues. And often there were multiple causes for under each of these, multiple instances for each of these causes. On October 1, 2020, this is the effective date of the stipulated surrender. Now, as an officer of the court, the citation became final. That is in the packet, and it became final in October of 2023, and petitioner waived his right to appeal. So it's final as to all charges, and he was ordered to pay a fine of $5,000. The basis of the citation was 6 charges. That includes unlicensed practice between October 1st, 2020 through March of 2021. You'll see in the DOI investigation report, it summarizes interviews of petitioner and his 2 daughters who took over his veterinary practice. The charges for petitioner's citation also included treating and prescribing drugs to a patient without a license. In August 25th, 2025, petitioner filed his petition for early termination of probation with a life scan service request and numerous certificates of continuing education. On September 20, 2025, the board was provided with a letter and summary of continuing education from Justin Robinson. It included a written statement from petitioner, 6 support letters, and numerous certificates for continuing education. And with that, I will reserve the rest for after the doctor's
Thank you, Ms.
testimony.
Tassin. Thank you, Ms. Tassin. All right, Mr. Robinson, if you'd like to make a brief opening statement, you may.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And thank you to the board for your time today. The petition before the board today is one that ultimately tells a story of rehabilitation. Dr. Nisar Ahmed surrendered his license on October 1st, 2020, after facing allegations of misconduct during his active probation term from a previous accusation filed in 2012 and amended subsequently thereafter. The board's counsel today will focus on the disciplinary history of Dr. Ahmed, ranging from the 2 aforementioned accusations and a citation in 2023. We are not here to relitigate the allegations and the accusations or citation. In fact, Dr. Ahmed is here because his personal reflection and rehabilitation efforts have led him to fully accept responsibility for his behavior. It is that sense of personal responsibility that we believe justifies his return to this field, as the reinstatement process is inherently grounded in the legal precept that rehabilitation is not only possible, but should be recognized upon its successful pursuit. The man appearing before the board today is changed. He is ready to return to his practice, and we kindly and respectfully ask that his license be reinstated accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. All right, would your client like to testify at this time?
Your Honor, I think just to be sensitive to timing, I wanted to see if we could call the other witness first, as I believe that individual has a pretty busy day, and if they are already in the waiting room, it just might be easier to get that testimony out of the way, Your Honor.
That's fine. If that individual, and who are you calling as a witness? Can you identify it and spell it?
Yes, Your Honor, it is Dr. Ravinderjeet Singh Sidhu, last name Sidhu.
All right. Is that individual here present in person?
They are
No.
logged into WebEx.
Yes.
Oh, I
Yes,
see. They're
I'm-
logged into WebEx.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sidhu. Can you hear me? Or Mr.
Yes, I
Sidhu?
can.
Thank you. All right. First thing I'm going to do is swear you in. So if you could raise your right hand for me where you are. Do you solemnly swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And can you please speak up for us a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So my name is, go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to ask you to state and spell your name for us slowly, please.
Yeah. So my name is Ravinderjeet Sidhu, spelled like Ravinderjit, and last name is Sidhu, Sidhu.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sidhu. I'm going to turn you over to Mr. Robinson for some brief questioning, and I'll see if the Attorney General, the board members have any questions for you.
Sure.
Mr. Robinson, you're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Dr. Sidhu, for your time today and speaking to us. Can you tell us how you know Dr. Ahmed?
Yeah, I know Dr. Ahmed for the last 20 plus years. And then, so we've been like, have family friends as well as colleagues for a long time. So he was in practice. He got licensed before I got licensed. I had worked at his practice just like as a relief vet for a couple of times. So that is, and I know him since then, know his kid, I know a lot about him, like personally.
Thank you, Dr. Sidhu. You mentioned being licensed. What license do you hold?
I'm a veterinarian in the state of California and a practicing veterinarian and have my license since, I would say 1999.
Have you ever been the subject of any disciplinary action by the board?
No.
Dr. Sidhu, did you write a letter of reference for Dr. Ahmed's petition for reinstatement?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I share my screen?
Is it presently in the record?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Because I think that's, if you can just refer us to your exhibit number instead of sharing the screen, because it's very, very, it'll be very small. I'm not sure we would be able to. Or does your witness have the letter? Can he identify it?
I do not believe that the witness has the letter in front of him, Your Honor. I
have printed a copy of the letter in front of me. If you want to see it, I can show the both right here.
Your Honor, if I may, Dr. Sidhu, is there a date reflected on that letter?
It is 8/20/25, August 20/25.
And the letter that you wrote, was it in support of Dr. Ahmed's reinstatement for his license
Yes,
today?
it is. Yes, it is.
Are
And
you
can
aware
I-
that Dr.
Sorry,
Ahmed?
Mr. Robinson, can you identify for the record which exhibit you're referring to and page? Otherwise, we would have no idea.
Yes, Your Honor, my apologies. We're looking at Respondent Exhibit A, character letters, and this is Master B8.
Mr. Robinson, are the 6 letters contained here just to confirm, these are the ones that were previously provided by you and are in the
Yes,
uh,
that is correct.
So what is the page number? Have you identified it for us?
Yes, Your Honor, it is Master B8 in Respondent.
B8. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now I'm with you. You can continue. Sorry about that, counsel.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sidhu, are you aware that Dr. Ahmed surrendered his license with the Veterinary Board in 2020?
Yes.
And despite knowing this fact, you still chose to offer your support in your letter.
Yes.
Why do you feel like you can offer your support to Dr. Ahmed, despite knowing his previous disciplinary history?
Because like after everybody does mistakes, after did his mistake and he surrendered his license, then he tried to figure it out, okay, how could he become a better veterinarian? So it took him so many years. He did his meditation, he went to a lot of continuing education, and he shadowed a lot of veterinarians to see what's going on, even including mine, where he's viewed, okay, what is modern anesthesia protocol, how we do the pain medication, and then medical record keeping, and then client communication. So those things that is pretty necessary in the modern day practice. So he followed that, and even when we are in a downtime, he would sit back with me, discuss it, oh, this is what it is, and that's why I think he is pretty changed, that he could be a pretty good fit to his license to be reinstated. He can practice at it today's like modern day of practice level.
Thank you, Dr. Sidhu. No additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Ms. Tassin, would you have some brief questions for the witness?
Yes. Are you
Go
aware
ahead.
that Dr. Ahmed practiced for 5 months after his license was revoked?
Can you say it again? No, I didn't get it.
Are you aware that Dr. Ahmed practiced veterinary medicine for 5 months after his license was revoked?
No, I didn't know that.
Have you reviewed the 2017 petition to revoke probation and accusation?
Yes, I did. That is, yeah.
Have you reviewed the 2014 second amended accusation?
No, I did not that one.
What is your understanding of if Dr. Ahmed was to return to practice, where he would practice?
It's his choice where he wants to practice, but if anywhere he wants to do it, I don't know where he wants to. I don't know at this point, or probably in the neighborhood that we are in, already in the same neighborhood he has in there, but obviously that's his personal choice. I cannot comment on it. But I obviously will try to stay in Southern California, I'm pretty sure.
Are you aware that his two daughters, who are also veterinarians,
Yes, I am.
they shared with the Department of Investigation that they have concerns about Dr. Ahmed's practice? Are you aware of that?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tassin. Mr. Robinson, you satisfied with this witness or any redirect?
We are satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see. I won't go board member by board member. If anyone wants a question, to ask a question of the witness, would you just raise your hand for me? All right. Looks like, let's start with you, Mr. Espinosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sadhu. You indicated that you became aware that Dr. Ahmed lost or his license was revoked at some period of time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've known him for over 20 years, and you are also a personal friend with him as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so did you learn that he had his license revoked somewhere around the time it happened in 2020?
Yes.
And you knew in 2021 that his license was revoked as well, correct?
Yes.
And you knew in 2022 that his license was revoked, correct?
Yes.
And you knew in 2023 that his license was revoked. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
How did you come to learn back in 2020 that his license was revoked?
He told me about it. Oh yeah, this is what happened. And then one of others, like my colleague as well, that he told me as well that, oh, this is what happened to him. Yeah.
And do you remember when it was that he told you that?
I would say probably pretty hard to recall. I would say probably around 21, middle of the late part of 21.
And was this fact also well known within his family, to your knowledge? Did his daughters know that as well?
I have no first-hand knowledge, but I will assume so.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Espinosa. I think Dr. Bradbury, did you have a question?
I do. Hi. Hi, Dr. Sadhu. Can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I was just wondering, since you've been working with Dr. Ahmed, would you hire him at your clinic if he needs a job?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I know him, I worked with him. I know he is like up to date of what we need to do in today's modern day practice. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members with a question? I'm scanning the room and I don't see any hands. I'm sorry, Dr. Solicito. Go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to ask our witness, you've established that you're friends, good friend, close friends with Dr. Ahmed, and that you've known him for over 30 years, is that correct?
About 20 years.
20 years, 20 years, yeah.
Yeah.
And he voluntarily informed you of his license being revoked.
Yes.
Yes. And yet you did not have any knowledge of him practicing after his license was revoked.
No, I have no knowledge.
Would that be, would it be safe to say that even as good friends, being able to share the like sensitive matters like this, you are just not aware of like his professional practice?
Yeah, I was, because we are pretty far apart physically, because I'm in Marietta. We see him like not that often, like it's like not every day, you understand what I mean? So it's like, okay, on the social gatherings or like that, or family gatherings, see it, but not in that, like, or but somebody like close by, you can monitor more closely. No.
Yeah. How far is your practice from his original
Uh,
site?
I am in Ontario, he's in Marietta, probably, I would say about, I'm not exactly, but 35, 40 miles.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Yep.
Thank you. Let me make sure. No further questions from anyone? All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and testimony, Dr. Sidhu, and you are excused if you'd like to continue with the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Robinson, I'll turn it back to you. Would you like your client to testify next?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, Mr. Ahmed, can you hear me clearly, sir?
Yes, please. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Perfect. I'm going to have you raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. You can put your hand down. Please state and spell your full name for the record.
First name is Nisar, it's spelled as Nisar, and the last name is Ahmed, spelled as Ahmed.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to turn you over to your own attorney first for questions. Then later on, Ms. Tassin may have some questions for you and the board members may have questions. Mr. Robinson, you're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Ahmed.
Good morning.
When did you initially receive your license with the board?
With the California board, it was, I believe, 95.
Were you licensed anywhere else prior to this?
Yeah, before I was in Nevada.
And when did you receive your license in Nevada?
That was like, I believe, 1994, I believe.
To be clear, was that a veterinary license in
Yeah,
Nevada?
veterinary, yes.
And sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just for the record, to be clear, Mr. Ahmed, please make sure you wait until your counsel's question's done before you start your answer. Otherwise, you are speaking over each other and you're cutting him off. Also, if you could raise your voice just a little bit. Mr. Robinson, you're fine, but for Mr. Ahmed, if he could raise his voice a little bit, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Ahmed, why did you initially want to become a veterinarian?
Since I was a kid, I love pets, and I'm from Pakistan, and we used to have pets since I was a kid. We used to have water buffalo, German Shepherd, and we have goats. So we have used to keep it over there as pets over there in Pakistan.
And how did that experience as a child influence your decision to become a veterinarian later?
Because I love them, so that's why I made the choice to go to the vet school. I love them, and especially the dog, the German Shepherd. I still remember he was a very good friend of mine and my elder brother, so we loved him, and he used to stay in our house, and he was like a part of the family.
In 2006, did you receive a premises permit for All Creatures Animal Hospital?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe I received it before. Yeah, yes, you're right. 96, yes, Your Honor.
To clarify, 1996 or 2006?
I believe I started practicing in Marietta area. That was in 97, I believe, August 97 or around in late 97, I believe.
I just want to be clear on the timeline, Dr. Ahmed. Did you receive your license to practice in 1995?
95, yes.
And did you receive a premises permit for All Creatures Animal Hospital in 2006?
Yeah, I was looking at that. I opened my own practice in Marietta. That was in, I believe, in 97. But then I was leasing a facility, but then I bought a land, I built my own practice. What I was leasing was only 1,600, so I grew up very fast. So I bought a land close to that old practice, and then I opened the new practice. But the name was always All Creatures Animal Hospital. And this is the new location where that you're talking about 2006, yes.
Dr. Ahmed, your license has been the subject of 2 accusations.
Yes, sir.
The first of these accusations was filed in 2014 and involved a series of allegations ranging from negligence to record-keeping violations.
Yes, sir.
What was the penalty that you faced for that accusation?
It was I was put on probation for 5 years.
And while on probation, did you receive a second accusation?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Do you remember what allegations were involved in that second accusation?
The biggest was record keeping, then negligence, then treatment sheets that comes under this, and then also unprofessional conduct and anesthesia, pain medication. These were the big ones, but there were the two. Yes, there were the two. I remember, I mean, in anesthesia, pain medication, record keeping, and incompetence, negligence. These are the ones.
Dr. Ahmed, in going through the paperwork from that second accusation, there seems to be a number of notable lapses and failures to perform very essential acts as you were caring for your patients. Can you explain for the board today why those lapses may have occurred?
Your Honor, today I'm here not to defend myself, but just to accept. And I accepted also in my letter too that I accept all the responsibilities. Yes, I made mistakes and I did what I was not supposed to do. I did not even live to the standard and practice the standard which I had all set up myself. And I take full responsibility of that. And maybe I got so busy, but I still take all and I'm sorry, I apologize for that I did not live to my standards, what I set up because I grew so fast and it was going to, I built up that practice just to eventually make it specialty practice. But I did not live to the standard and that's what I'm here, Your Honor. And I'm sorry for that. I apologize for that, all the inconvenience and all that.
So to be clear then on what was happening internally at All Creatures Animal Hospital, can you give us an image or a picture as to what day-to-day life was like working there and why these failures may have happened under your leadership?
To be honest, Your Honor, I got so busy that I did not catch up and with the things. And when you're too busy, sometimes these things happen. But I can assure you it will never happen again. And as I said, I take full responsibility. I read these accusations a couple of times, and I realized that I need to get some time off. I need to concentrate myself. I need to get out of practice for now because otherwise I was going to the point that I can have a heart attack because I was so busy. I'm flying back from somewhere and there's already a list, these are the procedures you need to do. They want you only to do it. And there was a time when the client used to wait for 4 hours for me only to see Dr. Ahmed. But my concern is that I should have lived with that. I should have kept it myself and take full responsibility. I did take responsibility, and even today I take full responsibility.
If those were issues from that period where you were just too busy to do a lot of the things that you needed to do, why should the board feel comfortable putting you in a position again to potentially become that busy and potentially subject patients to that sort of harm?
Now my goal is not to work at my practice. I'm definitely going to go work with some associates, my colleagues, or eventually I want to get to a specialty practice where there are other veterinarians involved, they have the latest system involved. At my practice, I have to be there for everything, any emergency, anything I have to be there. But that now I was holding so many hats, but now I don't want to do that. I just want to work for somebody, work for work only my hours, and I just want to work only as a veterinarian, not as a manager, not as a receptionist, not as a owner. I just want to work only as a veterinarian. I would definitely work with some of my colleagues in this Southern California area. And my goal is eventually get to a specialty practice where I can learn more and more, and I can stay updated with all the latest technology and the knowledge. So I don't take all those responsibilities which I was doing. I did try, but it didn't work. So I'm sorry about that.
How exactly would working with another veterinarian be beneficial to you in complying with board regulations?
Because when you're working, when you own your practice, you're only practicing veterinary medicine. You're also taking other responsibilities, ordering this, doing this, managing them, and all that. But at another facility, if you're working, you just work your shift, and then you have the you have the time that you can catch up on your notes, you can recollect. And also I work at the facility where they have the latest technology, even like Scribble Vet, that you can record at the same time while you're doing exam or while all those things. So you have the sport now. There's the latest technology, so you can avail, you can take advantage of those technologies. So you don't have to just keep working hard, working hard, working hard. You keep working. No, you don't have to. And you take your shift, and then you're done. You go home. You don't have to worry about anything else.
Why did you surrender your license, Dr. Ahmed?
Honestly, Your Honor, it was getting too much for me, myself, and from 1,600 square foot to more than 20,000 square feet building, it was too much for me. It was getting, and I tried to control it, tried to get everything under control, but I believe I did mistakes, and I admit those mistakes. And I'm sorry for those. I apologize, but that's what I'm here. I reconnected myself, I concentrated myself, did a lot of meditation when I started my lessons, but actually, I mean, in the beginning, you think, they punished you. No, it's not punishing. I take it as a blessing that this surrendering my license gave me time to take after practice, live my own life, enjoy. And then I realized after citation that, oh, I got citation because I worked for those 4 or 5 months without license, without even realizing that I'm doing it. So, but I took as a blessing, I took as a lesson, I recollected myself, and then I changed myself, and then I decided to live on my own life only. Before that, I was living for everybody else.
Thank you. I want to pause just for a brief moment, Your Honor, and just check in with you in terms of sound. Are you able to hear us okay in terms of volume still?
Yes, your volume is fine. Board members? Yes, everyone can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Excellent.
Can you understand my accent too, Your Honor?
It's fine, sir. It helps just, like I said, keep your voice up and try not talk too fast. And that way we can understand you perfectly. Thank you.
I will try, Your Honor, the best I can do.
Dr. Ahmed, in 2023, were you cited by the board?
Yes, yes.
And why did you receive that citation?
Because I believe I was supposed to surrender my license on October 20th. And I did sign the paper, but didn't realize that immediately I have to stop working, because I remember at the time, last time when they put me on probation, the board sent me a letter, specifically I received the letter that this is the time you need to stop. You're being put to your license is suspended from this day to this day. And at the moment I received the letter, I arranged a vet, and I left even the state, I leave the state, and I came back the same day when my license was reached, my suspension was finished. So in this case, I was also thinking that yes, I'm going to receive a board, but I believe that was my mistake, that my blunder. I'm sorry, and I apologize for that. But when I received the interview, the call from the board investigator, she was a nice lady. She asked me, and I told her up front, yes, I did work. I didn't make any stories or anything. That's the only reason I for that is that I was waiting for that, and I didn't receive anything. So the moment I was told that I need to stop working now, I did stop working immediately, and I did not even enter my own practice until today, because I left with the permission of the board, on the orders of the board, and I will go to the practice only, even to visit up when I'm reinstated. Otherwise, I will never enter that.
So to be clear, in early 2021, January and February, you did not believe that the surrender of your license had gone into effect. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I did not realize I should have been more careful. I should have read it, but this is such a big blow on you that that you don't even realize that these things can happen to you. But I did sign it. I did realize, and I did not realize I should have sit back and see ask at least. I didn't ask. I was just waiting, because everything comes to me anyway. Eventually, I was the owner, so I waited. And the moment I was told, I left that building. I did not enter again. Never.
Do you understand that confusing the effective date is not an acceptable excuse to the board?
Yes, that's why I even told the investigator, I even wrote on the board and accepted that, and they fined me $5,000. I paid it immediately. And that point, when I paid that, I was cited for that one dog. I took full responsibility, and that changed my whole thinking to come back, because I said, no, I believe I need to go back, because the time I started working at the end of the 2020, when I started my license, and then it was 23. I had 3 years, and I already started missing working with the parents, because the whole life since I became a vet when I was 23 years, and I worked only as a veterinarian my whole life. So I started missing. I started missing my clients. I started missing my the continuing education, the meeting, the seminars, and my colleagues, because before that, I used to go every month, every couple of times. I love attending these seminars and reading these journals and all those, but I didn't go. So I started already missing my profession, missing my pets, missing my own the clients. I have very good relations, so that was the perfect time. Citation happened. Then I totally changed my mind. I said, no, I need to go back. Then I started working. Yes. But I was already working, thinking on that. I was working. I was already trying to visit my friends and my colleagues.
As part of your petition, Dr. Ahmed, you included a significant number of continuing education courses. And I'm curious as to why you enrolled in those programs.
The answer to those things, Your Honor, is that yes, as I said, since I was a kid, I loved to read, but I wanted to go back to the board with strong footing. I want to make sure, even I was asked only 40 hours, but I said no, I'm going to keep working. I almost every day, every year, I attend veterinary conferences and other local conferences and other conferences. I said, oh, I'm going to do it. And when I started reading it, I loved more. The more you love it, the more you read, the more you love it. And then the knowledge you gain from that, the refreshment, all the things refreshes for you. And the more technology thing, the more techniques, artificial, this intelligence came in, AI came in, and all that. The more you learn, the more you love, the more you read, the more you like it. And then you keep going. I was just keep going until somebody told me you need to stop by now, you need to apply at least. And even after I applied for my reinstatement, I still continue to do that. I just attended veterinary conference last year, at the end of in February of this year, and I still continue more. I did more continuing education seminars here.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. And lastly, why do you think you are in a position now to return as a veterinarian?
Because, Your Honor, I learned from my mistakes. I made mistakes, and everybody makes mistakes, but I take full responsibility. I take full responsibility. I took full responsibility, and I did a lot of meditation. I thought about that. I looked at my own. As I said, I lived for other people too. I used to have the employees a lot and other too, but now I'm concentrating only on myself, because the doctors are already doctors. The son is going to be doctor soon. So now I want to concentrate only with me. And these years, not only concentrated on me, I also took care of my wife and my kids, because I did do whatever I could do then. Now, thank God, both daughters are married, they have kids, they are happy, and we have only one son who's going to be a doctor too. So that's why I did a lot of, I learned it, and I became more submissive. God gave me a chance to learn more, and be submissive and learn from my mistakes. Now I feel stronger. Now I feel more calm. and I try to control myself. This is what I do. As I said, my goal is to work with other colleagues and also eventually get to a specialty practice where I can be what I want to be.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
And I'm sorry again for all these. Otherwise, if I'd done the right thing, I should be sitting on those chairs, not like me. But it's you learn, I take full responsibility. That's what I did, and that's what I'm doing.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. No additional questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. All right, Ms. Tassin, your opportunity for cross-examination.
So it's correct me if I'm wrong, you waited to hear from the board about when you should stop practicing, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you received the decision in order for you to cease October 1st, 2020, correct?
Around that, but what I read through the record too, and I believe it was like October 20th, I believe 2020, I believe, but I may be
Okay.
wrong because, yeah.
And after you received that, you continued practicing for approximately 5 months, correct?
Yeah, the way it was, I was working and it was presented to me that page that you need to sign this, and you need to sign today. So I signed it, then I was done. Nobody explained anything. Nobody did anything to me. Nobody told me anything.
Okay, so you were you were waiting to hear from the board for those 5 months. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as I said, even my attorney didn't tell me anything. I didn't hear anything from anybody, and so I continue, but I should have paid more attention. I'm sorry for that.
You were
I-
represented by George Wallace for
Yes, yes,
your
yes.
stipulated surrender. Sir, you need to wait till I finish answering, asking my question. Okay. You were represented by attorney George Wallace when you signed the stipulated surrender, correct?
Yes,
And to sign it, that there's an acknowledgement paragraph above your signature where it says you read and understood the contents of this stipulated surrender. Are you aware of that?
yes,
Okay. But you signed it even though you didn't understand all the contents.
Honestly, Your Honor, I was even at that time when I still remember I signed it. I was working. I was doing something, and it just
Right.
was on I believe cell phone or something. And they said you need to sign it right now because you have to sign it today. You have to sign right now. I signed it.
You signed
And
it even though you didn't read and understand it.
I would say yes, because I was the owner, I was the most responsible. Anything they needed, I had to sign it, so I did sign it.
And you had an attorney available to you to answer any questions about it, correct?
Yeah, he was. Yes, he was.
Yeah. And while you were waiting to hear from the board about when you should stop practicing, you didn't call your attorney to get clarification on your surrender date, correct?
Your Honor, I believe I did call him 2, 3 times, but I'm not. It's so many years. I cannot say. As I said, I made a mistake, and I'm sorry for that.
Okay. My next question is, during that 5-month waiting period, you did not contact the board by phone or by email to inquire about your license revocation date, correct?
Yes,
And you did not look up your license on Breeze, where accusations and final decisions are published to the public. You did not search your license to see what was posted on Breeze to determine your license revocation date, correct?
yes, Your Honor. And I'm not a computer person. I'm an old-fashioned guy. I don't even use a computer unless I have to use it. I don't go on the internet. I don't read all the. I'm just an old person, man to man, face to face thing.
Okay. You received for the first cases against you, you received the first accusation and second amended accusation by mail, correct?
Yes,
And you received the final decision, the petitioner wrote probation, subsequent filings by mail, correct?
yes.
And you did not change your address, correct?
No, it was the same address. Everything was same.
Okay, where you received everything else, correct?
We did receive that. Yes. We did receive.
Okay. So is it true you only stopped practicing in March 2021 when your daughter told you to stop?
I don't know exactly. As I said, I was very busy. Yes, somebody came to me and they told me you need to stop now. And I said, okay, I'm done. I'm done. And I never even entered that building again.
And there was a complaint filed against you while you practiced without a license, correct?
I'm not familiar. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, that was part of the
But
citation after you were supposed to cease practice, correct?
yeah, I found out when the lady, she called me on my phone. She called me on my cell phone. Then I realized, then I know she told me that did you practice after you surrendered your license from this to this date? I said yes. And she asked me, I told her the same reason, I gave her the same reason. But I didn't hear anything before that. But then when she called me, then I said yes, I realized that. She told me, no, you are not supposed to. I said, okay, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed by the Department of Investigations on May 4th, 2023?
That was the only lady came called me on my cell phone. And I was not even down, I was somewhere else, and she called me. I did answer the phone.
Okay.
Nobody else called me, nobody came and nobody talked to me, nobody called.
And you told her that you did not read the stipulated surrender before or after you signed it, correct?
She just asked me particularly, did you practice after you were supposed to surrender your license? I said, yes, I did it. And then she said, do you realize it was, you were not allowed to? I told her, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Then, but I was waiting, like I said earlier, that I was waiting for a letter from the board that your license is revoked now, you cannot work, and then this is the date, and then that's what I told her the same thing, that yes. But she didn't ask anything else, but she just asked, did you work? I said, yeah. Do you realize that you were not supposed to work? I said, I'm sorry for that. Yes, I should not have worked.
Okay. So when a Department of Investigations investigator calls and speaks with you and asks you questions about your practice, et cetera, you understand that it's important to be truthful when you answer those questions, correct?
Yes, I never denied that, and I told her exactly what happened. I told her.
Okay. Have you reviewed the 2023 investigation report? That's Exhibit
Yes.
5?
Yeah, not in detail, but I looked at that. Yes.
Okay. You didn't think you needed to read the stipulated surrender and understand it, did you?
No, I did read it. I did after. I did read it, and I read the cases. I read all the allegations. Yes.
Did you read it after you ceased practice in March 2021?
Yes, after that, yes.
Okay, that's when you understood it and read it?
Oh, yes, I understood it. I read it, everything.
Mm-hmm. And if you were to return to practice, what's your plan to where you would return to practice?
As I said earlier, Your Honor, I will not, at this point, I cannot even think to own a practice because it was too much for me. And honestly, I'm glad that it happened to me. I walked out of the practice. Otherwise, the way I was working, I could have a heart attack. My goal is to work with some of my colleagues who knows they have the latest technology, they have the other vet over there, and they are very good. And then my goal is to enter into specialty practice because when I started working in California, somebody referred me, recommended me, and I was hired. And even they made my schedule at a very good specialty practice. But I don't know. Somebody told me just you don't need to be a specialist. Your kids can be a specialist. That was the only reason I sent my daughters to be vet. And now my goal, I have an opportunity that once I get settled down And after my license reinstated, I will work with some colleagues. I will get back to the routine, and I will try to get to specialty practice where I don't have to have other headaches, and I can become, I can be, I can learn from the other colleagues, and I can learn from the best. That's my goal, is Your Honor.
You told the Department of Investigations investigator that you did not plan to return to practice at all, and that you were enjoying retirement. Why did that change for you?
Yes, at that time, yes, Your Honor. Yes, I was not even thinking to come back. But when this citation happened and I got the letter and I read it, and then I believe the guy over there, he was very nice. He called me, he sent me the letter, I discussed with them, and then I tried to tell him. He said, no, write down whatever honesty you remember about these cases. Because I didn't even remember, but I didn't even remember anything about that case. But he said, okay, but I took the full responsibility and I signed it. And then I thought, then I thought about that. I talked to my colleagues and I asked them. They said, no, you should definitely apply for the reinstate. Then the citation did change my mind.
So receiving the 2023 citation about unlicensed practice for 5 months made you want to return to practice?
That changed my mind, because it opened me that yes, I should be more careful. Now I have the time, I should concentrate on the goals, and I believe I should go back to and by that time I worked, as I said before, I worked only my whole life as a veterinarian. So that time I was already starting missing my colleagues, missing my clients, missing the pets.
Okay. You insisted that your 2 daughters take over your veterinary premises, correct?
They did for some time. After that, I believe they sold it to somebody else.
Okay.
Ms. Tassin, I'm just gonna, sorry, Judge Van Rooyen here. I want to give you about another 10 minutes or so, and then we need to conclude so we have time for board member questions. So I just wanted to give you about a 10-minute warning, okay?
Okay. You insisted that one of your daughters returned to California to take over your practice, correct?
Both of my daughters, Your Honor, we lived all the life in California. They just went to the vet school to the other states. And when the older daughter, she got married, and husband is MD. He was working in Chicago at that time. She just stayed over there, and then they came back here after that. They're still living in like 30 miles from us. The way our system is, we are very close, we are very close family, and my wife is always there around with them. So we live together. So they came back to us, and I knew that they're gonna live close to us. Now both daughters with their husband, with their family, they live just 30 miles from us, and both sisters, they live like 5 minutes from each other.
Neither of your daughters came to testify, correct?
I never asked them because they are my daughters, and I never asked them, never talked to them, not about, just talk to them about the family matter, not these things, the veterinary profession. We never even discussed that.
Both of your daughters expressed to the Department of Investigation that they had serious concerns about your practice, and one said if they had any say in it, you would never return to practice. And that's because when you passed on your premises, there was an immense amount of problems based on how you conducted your practice, correct?
Your Honor, I don't know about the internet thing, but I know that as I said, we have in our culture, we respect elders, we listen to them, we obey them, we don't ask any question, we don't say anything. But as far as my person, these things I discuss with my friends, but not with my family, not with my daughters. We just raise them. That's what we do.
Did either of them write a letter on your behalf?
I never asked them.
Okay. Yeah. And again, did you read their statements to the Department of Investigation about their concerns for your?
I just read just briefly. I didn't read the whole thing.
They're not writing letters because they have concerns about you returning to practice, right?
Counsel, that's an argument. You're making statements instead of asking questions. Please confine yourself to questions. Thank you.
As I said, Your Honor, I never even asked them. I never even today, they don't even know that I have a hearing. We never discussed the personal thing. I never asked them their personal thing, and I never done. My job was, my duty was, as a dad, to raise them, to send them to a good profession. I love this profession. That's why I sent them to the vet school, and they became a vet, and they are very happy with that. As far as my personal, I never asked them any personal favor from them, never. And I will never ask my kids to do me a favor. Yes, my brothers, my colleagues, I will definitely ask them. I will go to them, I will talk to them, I will discuss with them in detail, I will sit with them, but never with my own family, because when we are together, that time is only for the family, not for these my personal things.
No further questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tassin. All right, I'm going to turn to our board members now to see if they have questions, and we're going to start at the other end this time. Ms. Orlowski.
Hello, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you for appearing today. And I've got a few questions for you. In 2021, it's been established that you were providing care to patients at your hospital. Were you providing care? When did you stop providing care to patients at your hospital?
First, Your Honor, thank you for letting me give the chance, and for providing the chance, and thanks for listening to me. To answer that question, I did remember I was still working, I was doing something, and they came to me and they said, you need to sign it. You need to sign today. I said, okay, bring it. And they gave me, and I just signed like this, and then I got busy again. And then after that, what I was doing, my daughters came in, and that's why they are there. Then I was helping them to tell them where the things are, how that thing, where the tubes are, where the syringes, everything, all the medications are. I was trying to help them, the X-ray, because that's what I was trying to do. And meanwhile, if I did see any patient and I did admit it, I will take full responsibility. I took responsibility, and I'm sorry, and I apologize for that.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get a little bit better of an idea of the timeline. So in 2021, you were treating patients still, is that correct?
From October to, yes, in the beginning of 21, not after that. Once they told me you need to stop, I did stop and did not even do anything. I didn't.
And who told you to stop?
I believe it was one of the family member, I believe. I remember. Because at that in the hospital, they anything, they have something, and they come and tell me that yes, you need to stop, and then that's it. Like I said, I remember somebody brought, I signed it, and because I trust them. Otherwise, I will never sign anything. I will never do anything. When my family comes to me, my daughter or anybody from my family, they tell me do this, and I do it. I didn't even question them.
Do you know what year it was when somebody from your family told you to stop?
Yes, it was early 21.
It was early 21.
In March 21, I believe. February, March of 21.
And when you say family member, are you referring to one of your daughters?
I believe it was my daughter, or maybe my wife came in. I believe one of them.
Okay. When did your daughters begin practicing at the hospital?
I believe I believe they were there, and they were there. But I don't know exactly which day, which time, because are in so many years.
Were
But
they there in, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, please, no, go ahead.
Were they working there in 2020?
No, I believe they were working. I can tell you for sure they were working in 21, but I'm not sure if they were working. My elder daughter was taking some shifts because mostly she works at a specialty practice, and then she was helping him for some time. That was 20. But after 20, in 21, I believe my elder daughter was there, I believe. And the younger one, I believe she may be. I'm not sure, Your Honor, to answer that question. I don't want to say something, I'm not sure, but I know that once they told me that, yes, you need to stop, I did stop immediately. I still remember. And I left my stethoscope. I left everything. I said, I'm leaving. I'm done. Good luck. That's what but I don't want to give you a specific date because I'm not sure, Your Honor, and I don't want to make something which I'm not even sure myself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My other question relates to All Creatures. Was
Yeah.
the name All Creatures of your clinic or hospital there in 2021?
As long as I was working there, it was all creatures because I loved it. I used to do exotic and all that. I learned from a very good guy, and it was all creature. But once I left it, I believe they changed it to something else. But I didn't. Your Honor, I did not even enter that building again. I never thought it. I never even went there.
But you're not exactly sure what
Honestly, yeah.
time that
I'm
was.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Could have that been in 2022 or for sure it was 2021?
Your Honor, when I left, whatever they did, they did it. I believe they immediately changed the name. I believe so. That's what. But I never asked them, never questioned them. Even when they sold it, I never even asked them any question. And until now, I don't even know how much they sold it for, what was the condition. I never, as I said, personal life is personal life. I don't care about the money. I do care about my family. That's what I did.
I don't have any questions, more questions at this time. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Dr. Bradbury?
Hi, I don't think it might be good afternoon. Hi, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you
Right.
for coming.
Thank you for
I
being
actually,
here. I feel
oh,
bad, but yeah, I'm sorry.
that's okay. I actually have a few questions. So I wanted to start with, you mentioned in the beginning of your testimony that you owned your own practice in 1997.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you have a premise permit at that time?
Yes, Your Honor. We have. I was looking at some paper. It says 2006. I was working since 97 in Murrieta
And was
area.
that, I'm sorry,
I
I
think
did,
it's
I
August
interrupted you
of-
too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, just try your best, both of you, just to make sure you're not cutting each other off. I know no one's being rude. It's just to make sure we get a clear record. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors.
And was that called All Creatures as well?
Yes, Your Honor, as long as I owned it from the first day, I named it All Creature because I came from a practice that was All Creature too. So I got that name. It was a different county, but I got the name. I learned the exotic from that, so I love that. And as I said, in Pakistan, we used to have all kinds of pet. Not we had one dog, one water buffalo, then goats, and the chicken. Over there, we like to keep them like here. We keep the cats and dogs and the snake and all that. We like to keep them here. That's what we do in Pakistan. And thank God I'm not from a poor family, but we have the opportunity to. That's why I love them. And so that's what I love this name because it says all creature means everything, all creature. And even some of the clients they used to make fun of me. I said that's fine, but that's what I love it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a little confused because, and I was trying to find the document, and I didn't. I thought that in your letter, there was a statement that said that your plan was actually to volunteer in your community, and that was why you wanted to be reinstated. Am I remembering that correctly?
Your Honor, I said I will help the community, but I can volunteer them, but to a certain limit, to a certain level, to a certain limit. but I don't want to practice at my place. I don't want to practice. As I said, at this point I don't even own any practice. I want to work only as a veterinarian, only my shifts, only on those days, and then I want to go home. I just want to relax.
And you've said that your ultimate goal would be to work in a specialty practice. What do you think your role at a specialty practice might be?
It's going to be, no, I'm not a specialist, but I can do a lot of stuff, thank God. But I will do, as I said, I used to work at a very good specialty practice in Orange County. And as I mentioned before, they even offered me the job, they made the schedule and all that. But unfortunately, that's when I'm here today. I didn't join them. So, and even when I started my practice in Murrieta, again, somebody else approached me. But now my goal is just to go there, assist them. Everybody knows, especially there, they need some, like my daughter, my elder daughter, she works only at a specialty practice. And that's what I'm going to do to help them. And my goal is to learn more. I just want to stay away from all the other headaches of the owning the practice, taking the blame of everything, accepting everything, and then you don't live your life. You just keep working, working, working. So my goal is now only live my life. I will definitely help the people I did that time. I will definitely volunteer my time, but to a limit, where I feel comfortable, I will do that. Yes.
Have you read over the prior accusations and the whole packet prior to testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. And you've stated multiple times that you're sorry and you've made a lot of mistakes and you take full responsibility. What mistakes did you make?
My biggest mistake, I like a treatment sheet I saw on a lot of cases. I was not making treatment sheet. I should have done it. And I realized why I didn't do it. But I can take, the only thing I can say is right now, I'm sorry, I take full responsibility. That's my goal is when I'm working with some other colleagues, they already have a system that any procedure they do, they have a treatment sheet. They do any surgery, they have a surgery sheet over everything. That the second thing is a record. When you get so busy, sometimes you make mistakes and you don't finish. Then now I'm gonna do. I used to do exam anyway, very thorough exam, but now, like you have the scribble vet is available, you talk, they record everything, and it's automatically converted in the notes, and then you can realize it, you can read it, and then you can also listen. It's also a very good proof for the client too. It records everything. So that's what I'm going to work with. The reason I'm going to work at, especially and the other colleagues who have the latest technology, they are using it. It's helping them. Otherwise, we just keep doing, and then we make mistakes. That's what I should have done that. And then like simple example, I did so many surgery. I should have made those. I did record them. I had the monitor everything, but it did not write it down. When you don't write it down legally, it didn't happen. So that's why I'm here, Your Honor. So I learned from a mistake. That's what I'm gonna do. I wanna take my responsibility. In when I'm working with somebody, I will have time to read more, to get more, and to learn from other colleagues too. When you are working yourself, you have only your brain, but if you're working, then any case you have it, you discuss with others.
Okay, so you're testifying that the mistakes you made were record-keeping violations. Did you have any gaps in your medical knowledge or any medical mistakes that you might have made?
There's some allegation about the incompetence, negligence, pain medication, anesthesia, unprofessional conduct, and all those things, and some other. But these are the ones. But I did, yes, I read. I read it. They were those. I did all the cases involved. I did read them one by one, and I did point out which are my weaknesses. That's why I try to work during this time. That's
So
why.
you're
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so you're saying that you had some weaknesses. Did any patients die to your recollection?
Only one patient died, otherwise nobody even got worse. All of them, they improved, everything was doing good. And most of the time I believe it was the money issue. But I remember I read all those. They wanted the money, even we gave some of the money back, but still they complained, and that's communication was another, yes, Your Honor, communication was another big thing. I should have communicated better with them. And since now with the new technology, with the AI, it's going to help us a lot.
And the patient that died, do you remember that patient's name or what
Yes,
happened?
yes, Your Honor. He was a dog. It was a young. She adopted from a shelter, and she brought two dogs. The lady brought two dogs. I believe her name was Taylor, and she brought the dog, and we did the neuter on both of them. They did fine with monitor everything. Went home. The next day, she called that one of the dogs, Huey, was has some bleeding. Has some. I said bring it in. So she brought next day. I opened it up. I religated. I left it. I didn't see anything. I checked it, opened it, and then we closed it and put it there. Then just to make sure, that the Huey is okay, we kept in the hospital. I should I have done the I should have done the ultrasound. I should refer it again, but I don't know. But I made this mistake. I didn't supervise that carefully, that closely, which I should have done it. That's why I took all the blame. We returned our money and offered the flowers. We delivered flowers. Although that's the only patient died on me, which I remember in these cases.
Do you recall the patients whose wounds weren't healing and were not referred?
Wounds were not healing. And if you're talking about the burn one, then yes, I remember, I believe his name was Daxton. She brought for grooming, not even for me. She brought for this Daxton, if you're referring that burn wound, she brought it for a groomer. And that grooming, it was dematted because she left to like the lady left for South Africa, and then she left the dog, and it was a cat, I believe. She left the cat with some babysitter when she came back after 6 or 8 weeks from South Africa back, and then she brought it. And at that day, the groomer didn't show up, so we offered her that we can. He was so mad, and we offered, that reception asked we can have a sedation to get the dematting done, and then she agreed with that. So she signed it. We sedated it. One of the groomer, supposed to be groomer, a girl who was working there, she shaved him, dematted, I sedated him, and then she shaved him, and then the cat went home. But after a few days, I believe he came back. I believe Jackson was the name. He came back, and then I saw it. I had some fever, and I saw that. I said, "You do that." So I flushed it, I cleaned it, I sedated it, do all that. But I should have definitely. He was improving, but not where I should have referred. I should have definitely referred it. That's my goal is now. Any complicated case you think is not getting better, just refer it. And that was, yeah, definitely. I remember that one. But yeah, that did. And I warned even the owner who returned all her money on the care and all that. But I even warned her that it's going to take a long time. And goodness love, I did. After I anesthetized him, sedated him, I also removed that dead skin, that burned out. Yes. That's the case, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I see you've taken an awful lot of continuing education. Do you feel like your medical knowledge was lacking prior to going through all of that continuing education?
Your Honor, everybody, to my belief, everybody needs more and more knowledge. Like I said, since I was a kid, I love to read. So in this case, even before this thing happened to me, the surrendering and all the probation, all the allegation, I used to read it. I used to attend a lot of seminars. And this time, when I learned this, like I said, citation thing that came to me, then I started, let's keep working. I was already going to my colleagues, but I said, let's sit down and do that. And I did this with a particular image, particular purpose that I'm going to go back to my pets, to my patients. I'm going to go back to them. I'm going to go to my profession because I miss it now. And the kids are grown up. So that's what I did take this with. The more I started doing it, and I loved it. I keep going, keep going, keep going. And you can see that, like I said earlier, I still didn't stop. I still read it. I still go like to attend these because you learn a lot. You can get more confident. You get updated. Like AI things, there are a lot of things now you can now diagnose with the AI.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Ms. Williams, any questions? Mitchell, I'm
thank-
so sorry, Ms. Mitchell. I misidentified you. I'm sorry. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I appreciate your receiving your testimony today, and I do not have any questions.
Your Honor, I'm thankful to you, all of you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Espinoza.
I don't have any questions for Dr. Ahmed.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions?
I have one question for you. Thank you. Who who has been harmed the most out of all of this?
I believe, Your Honor, with the mistakes I made, they were the pets, and after that, the owner.
Thank you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paslowski. All right, Dr. Solicito?
I just wanted to thank Dr. Ahmed for being here, but I have no further questions.
Your Honor, I'm here for you. Again, I'm sorry for those.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Tomlinson?
And thank you for being here, Dr. Ahmed. The first question would be, I believe you said your daughter was in a specialty practice near you. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Orange County. That's what I hear. She didn't tell me we don't talk about that, but that's what I hear. When I go to clinic, they tell me, oh, your daughter was there, your daughter was there. They tell me the good things my daughters are doing. But as I said, when we are sitting with the family, I never discuss anything about the profession because that time, to me, that time is only our family time.
And so from your answer just now, I was wondering if you were planning on going into practice with her in the specialty practice, as you said you wanted to go into a specialty practice. Might you be wanting to practice with your daughter?
Honestly, Your Honor, I don't think so. And our culture is very conservative, family and very conservative. But there are a lot of at that time when I started practicing in '95, there are not that many specialty practices. And now the people, I was supposed to join that practice, now they are specialists. And they look at me, what, you were stupid. I said, that's what I'm sitting here now. But there are a lot of practices now I can go anywhere. Actually, there is a doctor, I forgot his name, very exotic specialist in Canada. I loved him. We have very good relation. I may just go to him. I will just say I'm here, and because I'm here. I learn more, and if I remember the name, I will tell you. Very famous. Antec. He does a consultation for the Antec. I used to consult almost every case with him. We have very good relation. I love him. Maybe I will go to Canada just to stay with them for some time, just work with them and get more polish, like learn the anesthesia, stronger pain medication, the protocol, and I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. I used to consult Dr. Lane. Dr. Lane is his name. Wonderful person, and luckily, Your Honor, I was very fortunate. I did have very good teachers in my life, but unfortunately, when I got busy with my own practice from 16 to 20,000, keeping in mind making specialty hospital eventually, then it did not.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I appreciate all the information, but just answer the narrow question that was asked.
Yeah, I believe your answer was no. Thank you.
No,
No
yes,
further
Your Honor.
question.
Yes. Thank you so much for reminding me, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No problem at all. No disrespect intended either. I just want to make sure we stay focused on the question. Dr. Manya.
Dr. Ahmed, thank you for coming today. No further questions.
All right. Do any other board members
you,
have
Your
any
Honor.
questions? I don't see any additional questions. Thank you very much to both petitioner and the Attorney General for the presentation of the case. At this time, the record is closed. Matter is submitted for decision. We can go off the record. Thank you so much, everyone. And I'll turn it over to Madam President to tell us how we'll proceed. Thank you.
Okay, now we would go into closed session and That's it for now.
And just a reminder for if anyone's on the webcast for the public, we did originally anticipate adjourning after closed session, but as a reminder, we had tabled a few items from yesterday, so we'll be reopening open session after and finishing the remaining items.
And this is the moderator. We will post a return time when we are aware of what that will be.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Okay, we are now reconvening our open session with agenda item 7. So let us go to, okay, so agenda item 7 is the discussion and possible action on Business and Professions Code, Section 4809.8, the MDC's mandated responsibilities and processes and potential improvements. Now, just to give you a little bit of a background why we're having this on the agenda. So background of the MDC, the Animal Health Technician Examining Committee, later renamed the Registered Veterinary Technician Committee, was established in 1975 to regulate animal health technicians, now called Registered Veterinary Technicians or RVTs. Its initial duties included RVT examinations, continuing education requirements, and approving educational institutions. Over time, the committee's size decreased and member appointments shifted from governor, legislature to board selection, while responsibilities expanded to advising on regulations related to RVT tasks. Now, in 2008, Senate Bill 1205, sponsored by the CVMA, proposed amendments to the RVTC and introduced a multidisciplinary advisory committee due to enforcement concerns, but the bill did not pass. Senate Bill 1584 then incorporated this language and created the Multidisciplinary Advisory Committee to advise on rules and regulations along with CVMA requested RVTC amendments. Assembly Bill 1980 in 2010 added an RVT to the board, broadened MDC's role to include examination, licensure, and registration assistance, and dissolved the RVTC after the RVT joined the board. Now, Business Professions Code 4809.8 states in pertinent part the following. A, the board shall establish an advisory committee to assist, advise, and make recommendations for the implementation of rules and regulations necessary to ensure proper administration and enforcement of this chapter and to assist the board in its examination, licensure, and registration programs. The committee shall serve only in advisory capacity to the board, and the objectives, duties, and actions of the committee shall not be a substitute or conflict with any of the powers, duties, and responsibilities of the board. Now, several months ago, some concerns were brought to me on 2 different occasions about kind of blurred lines with regards to the function of the MDC in relation to being advisory to the board. And so I guess based on the memo, you already have a little bit of the information. We would like to open the discussion about how this board sees the MDC now, and are there anything that we are wanting to reevaluate and to make sure that the MDC exists true to what it was created for. So I'd like to open the floor to anyone who would like to make a statement. Anybody? Dr. Tomlinson?
Yeah, I wasn't planning on starting.
Uh,
In times when this board asked the MDC for research and to report back with data so we can make a decision, we generally get back a decision. And what I would like to do would be just kind of give a half halt and say, when we ask for data, we want data, not a decision.
Okay. I would like to ask those that have sat on the MDC and as part of this board, what your thoughts are with regards to the function of the MDC and how it's going so far.
Yeah, I am happy to discuss this because I have concerns about how things are going as well. I'm going to just, before I talk about my experience on the MDC, I just want to say a good example of sort of how it's not functioning well would be what happened yesterday. There was a request from the board to do some research on requiring electronic medical records. And what we got was language that had already been decided upon. And we spent an awful lot of time debating it. It's my understanding that the day before there was an awful lot of time spent debating that. And I'm sure there was an awful lot of work put into it by the subcommittee that was working on the records. And really what we were looking for was information so that we could then give some direction as to how we wanted to go once we had sort of had somebody kind of suss out some things, meet with, at least this is for me, I can only speak for myself. But my thought was that they would meet with some of the shareholders, get some statistics like, 70% of people, like the CPMA came up and said, there's 70% that have medical record or electronic versus 30%, et cetera, et cetera. And then we could say, maybe we're ahead of ourselves and then we're done, but instead there's language written. And I'm not 100% sure of what the process is, but it sounded like to me when I asked a subcommittee member that they're actually given the language and then they go and form the stakeholder meetings. And then they change the language accordingly, but the language is somehow created prior, like they aren't creating the language. So can you,
Yeah, so, and maybe this is my misunderstanding the whole time, but I did reach out to several people who are involved in creating the MDC. So it's my understanding that the MDC has always been the ones to help vet language, to create the regulation language, to draft it, and work with the stakeholders and bring it back to the board. So you had the example of the medical records one. It seemed very clear to me that you wanted the MDC to look at this language or look at this issue about electronic records. There were very specific things you wanted them to look at. So when those things seem pretty clear, there are times where we'll draft language for them to get something started. There's others where we don't even know where to start. This one was pretty specific from the board of what you wanted. And so we wanted to give them something to start with. But you have that example, and I see what you're saying, but you have another example where you have the animal remains, where again, language was created. We discussed it. We went through all of and I wasn't in some of those meetings because I was out for unintended and unplanned issues, but to me, my understanding has always been that there is language that is drafted. There's sometimes where they're not ready because it's not entirely clear from the board where the direction is. And sometimes they'll just do research and they're not ready to make recommendations. But it's my understanding that the board has always had and just to clarify, they're not decisions, they're recommendations to the board. But even in talking with CVMA, who was very much involved in this, had said that the MDC has always had language, wordsmith the language, and bring recommendations to the board. So
it's not that, it's more that it was just drafted and immediately drafted and sent. So,
well, it wasn't immediate. I haven't, that's where I'm maybe I have a disconnect because I haven't done anything differently that I've done since I've started here.
I just want to finish what you asked me. And so I will say previously, when I first got on the board, we had a system where we would give task the MDC with something, they would work on it, they would talk about it and come up with language, which, you know, but they would come to us before like finalizing it, saying, this is the direction we're going, this is what we think. We would have a robust discussion about it. Sometimes we'd sometimes send it back and say, do more with it. Sometimes we would say, yes, go forward and write the language, but it wasn't on the agenda for the next day to vote on it, to take action on it. And that meant that a lot of times some of these things would take a year to actually get through because there would be a back and forth and a back and forth, but there would be a lot of board input into it. But it seemed very inefficient in a way of moving things forward. And so the thought was that we would try and, you know, if they were deciding on whether this should go to the board, put it on the agenda for the following day. But now that we've been doing that for a little while, it feels sometimes like it's a little rushed and we don't have time to think about things. And, you know, maybe that 3-month delay after we've been presented with it and then we can reread it. We've had the discussions. We're not just voting on something that's going to be in regulations for years to come, you know? So maybe taking a little step back and taking a little more time would be maybe it was better that way.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to date myself because I came to meetings when there still was an RVTC. And that's how long I've been coming to these meetings. And that was me coming to these meetings on my own. I attended them, that I was not on the RVTC. So I have seen an evolution in the process, and I've seen how inefficient the process was in the very beginning, because I can tell you it was horrible. And I've seen an evolution in the MDC, but I've kind of seen it ebb and flow. And then being on the MDC for 6 years and now being on it again as a liaison. And I definitely think there needs to be improvement in the way things are done. And so I think steps get forgotten in some subcommittees, but in some it's like, and that's exactly what Jessica just said. So we give a direction to the MDC to go work on the electronic records, right? But we were very specific in our ask for electronic medical records. However, there are also things that we say, well, just go do this. Just go, can we get more information on? So I think sometimes it's the way in which we ask for things. And so that's where we need to be more clear. And I think we need to be very careful with how we ask for things.
Dr. Maniak?
So when I was sitting in watching MDC and the electronic records issue came up, and frankly, all of the issues, when the information was presented before the discussion and the voting, I was like, oh, this is great. This is what we want. And then discussion happens 3 hours later, discussing it, then they're voting. And I'm like, wait a second, that's the whole part of the board. We're going to do that again tomorrow. It's just a different number of people, different people that are doing the exact same thing that we're going to be doing tomorrow. So, and that's exactly what happened with the medical record thing. If what they were presented with, the MDC was presented with from the subcommittee, if that's the information that we got, we would have gotten to the same place that we got to yesterday without everything that the MDC discussed and voted on, and it would have been the same result. But there wouldn't have been this whole convoluted thing that it turned into.
So I guess part of the things that we need to clarify is that what we need from the MDC is technically raw data, that the discussion has to be left with the board. Is that what, yeah.
We want the research from them.
And no,
Microphone, please.
no recommendation.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We want the statistics, we want the research, we want the raw data, we want the public comment. We need to hear that in order to make a informed decision. Either we're not asking or something in the communication, because they get all that information and we are handed the language. We don't have I got more from Grant yesterday than I got from the MDC. And when we ask them for information, we need to be very specific. We want information. We want a summary of what you have gleaned from everybody.
So are we saying we seek a report of the data that they have? We don't need a recommendation from the MDC?
We'll love a recommendation, but not a recommendation only. We're not seeking a recommendation. We are seeking the information so we can make an informed decision.
So I just need to be very clear. It's always been my understanding you're asking for them to do the research and make a recommendation. So if that's not, that's fine. I know that. And if you're just looking for research, we do that internally. You don't need an MDC for that. So if you don't want their recommendations and you don't want them to do the vetting of the stakeholders and work through issues before it's presented to the board, which was my understanding of why we have the MDC, if you don't want that because you want to be involved in it, we can do all of that research ahead of time. We can do, the staff can do that research and bring it to you and have that discussion if you want. But what you're saying is you don't need an MDC then, to be honest. Like you wouldn't have one.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yeah, yesterday's presentation from the MDC seemed very biased to me. And I think that might be part of the issue, right? So it's like they're just trying to, it felt like they were trying to force our decision. Or one person was trying to force our decision. And I found that really disturbing. So I could see them doing the work, doing a lot of the research. I hate to have put that on staff, but have them do research and have maybe recommendation and alternatives. I know, like, we always, there could be alternative 1, 2, you could ignore this, you could do this, you could do something else, but have it less, it just really felt biased, and I felt I was concerned about that.
I was also disappointed that the entire presentation from HQ HVSN was not included in the report. We did not get any information, and I agree. I will be honest with you, we need the MDC, guys. Our meeting was so intense yesterday. And it wasn't intense because, it would be twice as bad if we didn't have the MDC because we need them. And I would hate to put that on staff. They don't need that. But, and I know you guys can do it. Financially, is that the best move to make? Is financially, do we need to get rid of the MDC and have, maybe it is, but we did not get a thorough summary of the MDC meeting to make the best decisions yesterday. That was my opinion. So I think we could have done better.
Okay, can I just comment? I am part of the subcommittee for the HVSN, and I would say the way we gathered the information, there was some information that was gathered before the memo was written. And then we had a new set of experts who came on board to share information. And I would have to say, unfortunately, because it was discussed in the MDC, opinions about the information and what was said, by the experts now became more of like the report was not factual. It was not that this group who represented this said this and that. It was more of what was the interpretation of what HQ-HBSN, right? And I just think that because the topic is so broad as well, and the intent was to try to get as much clarification on how it fits with the Practice Act and everything. So the report was, I would agree with Christy that it was a little lacking. And I think that was an example of a lot of things discussed at the MDC with the intent to try to streamline the information being presented. It comes to us kind of edited.
Filter.
Yes, Dr. Bradbury.
So first of all, the report was they were being interrupted the whole time they were giving the summary. So we kept talking about things and all of that. So it's hard to judge that one summary, but in general, the MDC reports are just a very kind of a brief summary and can be, being told through the lens of whoever is giving the report for sure. And so to me, the bigger problem is that the really important presentation that was given at the MDC meeting was not something that the board was able to see. And there's been times, and I think I can't even remember what it was in relation to, where it was like, oh, that should be shown at the MDC meeting. And we were like, no, that should be shown at the board. And then it's like, oh, well, we don't have time for that. Well, don't we? I mean, that's what we're here for. And, I don't know. I think that I feel like the MDC does a lot of other things that we're not talking about here in terms of the complaint review process. And there's a lot of other subcommittees that aren't just related to writing regulations or looking at things. I think we still need some guidance and their recommendations. We are asking them to sort of distill a whole lot of conversations that we can't be a part of because of the Bagley-Keynes and Open Meeting Act. And so it allows for our board to have this ability to reach out. Now, if you all want to do those subcommittees, and in some cases, maybe instead of sending it to the MDC, we can do some of those, and if we're feeling that way. But I don't think we should get rid of the MDC altogether. And my suggestion would just be that we, slow things down just a little bit when we're talking about really important regulations, where we're changing a big thing in our Practice Act, or not in our practice, but in the regulations. Or it's just a big issue, and instead, ask that they come back. And I really like the idea of having these, these were some of the things that were discussed. The majority of us felt like this was probably the best way to go, but these were some other options, because yesterday with the record writing, the electronic records, several board members came up with some alternatives and some other ways that we might be able to start enacting something like this. So it does slow things down if we're going to do it that way. And part of the reason to have the MDC is to speed things up and make us an efficient board. I don't think that we should ask the board staff to do that. We have almost 4,000 outstanding complaints that are still pending. And ask and diverting staff resources to do that, to me, when we have an MDC is not correct. But anyway, I'd love to hear from you, because I know you have something to say.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's based upon the question that was asked. I had the stupid assumption yesterday when there was the provision for the electronic medical record issue, that there was some direction of give us some recommendations related to the implementation for the board to implement regulations about medical records. If that was
their interpretation of what we said.
Yeah, that was my interpretation of what was
Right,
said.
so then-
I'm
so
just
then
going
they
to be
did
clear. I
exactly-
thought that was the
So that was
request.
then that was an error in communication between the board and the MDC about what the direction is. But I feel like it's just a matter of what the job is, because it sounds like they were trying to do the job that they were asked to do. Just they didn't misunderstood it. And similarly, I mean, I think that's all it is, because that committee serves as such an important committee. didn't appreciate until yesterday how much and how deep they go on these issues. So maybe the better question is, should there be more board involvement in the MDC, given the weight of the issues that are being asked?
Yeah.
For them.
So just to clarify, one of the concerns brought up as well was that there is this perception that whenever, I guess because the MDC is doing such a great job, that whenever they present something to us, we just technically like say approve, right? Or, or taking their word for it, that we have become a rubber stamp board. And so we just wanted to make sure that there's clear process and communication, that if we are delegating something, we need to probably have a conversation with the MDC about like what is expected. And yes, unfortunately, we cannot have more people get involved with the board. And in fact, personally, that's the reason why I volunteered to be a liaison to the board, because I also felt before that I was missing a lot of stuff. There were like missing pieces. But then again, nobody's stopping board members to listen in or to attend the MDC meeting so that we would have that information, right? So yes, Dr. Tomlinson.
The- I don't think any of us want to disband the MDC. That is not the intent here. The intent here is to improve communication with the MDC. Because of Bagley-Keene, we cannot communicate with them effectively. So what we have to do as a board is be much more clear in what we want from them, so they understand what we want and can do that. I don't think that we, as a board, and I'm not talking Jessica, I'm talking about us here, have said exactly what we want. And I think if we let them know what we want, they would be glad to do it. The challenge is that even if we are extremely clear, the only way we can understand what they're doing is to be at their meeting. But we cannot ask questions. We cannot do any, if we misunderstand something, we can't do anything about it.
You can ask questions the next day. Yeah.
The next
We can
day.
ask questions the next day, and that's when we need to participate here, and that's hard. I understand that, but that's where we have to be participating and be active, and I know that's hard.
For me, it's very difficult to have another day that I miss working, to be present at the MDC meeting, to hear everything. And that's where having a break between big decisions that is not, because then I can actually go back and play it and listen to it once it's on webcast, so that then for the following one, I guess as a board member, I can make that sacrifice and be at the MDC meetings too, but it is difficult.
One suggestion was to have the MDC meeting on the third day and have us meet the first 2 days. That way we have 3 months to figure out what they did and their recommendation to us. Because when they figure it all out on Tuesday and on Wednesday, we have to make a decision. We don't have time to digest it.
But that's the same thing. Oh, yeah, it's the same thing. That's the same thing she's saying, because what used to happen was they would have their meetings. Their material was not agendized on our board meeting agenda. So we would not discuss what they talked about on Tuesday. We would wait until the following meeting to discuss it. And so that's exactly what Dr. Bradbury is saying, is that we just wouldn't agendize it. So we did not talk about what they said. It would be presented at the following meeting. And there's pros and cons of everything, right? So, what happened was, you have legislation now that is now postponed or we make changes and it can't be presented. It doesn't get there in time. But again, those of us who cannot attend, then you get that ability to watch it, and you have time to process, you have time to look at things, and you can think through, and we're more active in the participation of what's going to happen instead of not having any idea and not being able to read through. So, I mean, it is the same thing. They don't have to have it on the third day. They can still have it on the first day. We just don't agendize it. And so
as long
that's an
as-
option. But, and we could still, if there is something that we have to move through, we can still agendize it and talk about it that same.
Yes, Mayor Mitchell.
I just, I think should be an interim step potentially here, as is suggested in the staff report. Another suggestion was to require they provide status updates to the board regarding any research prior to the MDC making any recommendations. So, one, we need to be clearer, I guess, on what we're asking for, and then they can kind of put that through their wheels and come back and say, this is what we think you want, and here's what we're planning to do. Is this really the right step? And I'm sure there's other times where it'd be very clear what we want them to do. Yes, please look at this or change the language, but it's going from have that go to the MDC and have it come fully baked back to the board is I think, part of the issue, right?
Yeah. So I just want to mention this, comparing it to other DCA boards, right? Because the MDC is unique to us. So most DCA boards do not have a statutorily mandated advisory committee to perform the work provided by the MDC. Instead, if additional research was necessary and/or stakeholder discussions needed to occur prior to the board making any policy decisions, board presidents would assign the necessary work to temporary committees, typically made up of 2 board members. Those committees would then conduct research, draft language, meet with stakeholders, et cetera, and then bring recommendations to the full board at a scheduled quarterly meeting. So I think this is what the MDC kind of like adopted, right? Like it was delegated to them to do the research, and they're doing all of this quarterly meeting. But I also see where board members being left out in the conversation, especially with stakeholders, right? When we have stakeholder meetings, and again, I just wanted to remind everyone, nobody is prohibiting the board members to attend. We just cannot speak on the board meetings, on the stakeholder meetings, right? But is that something that you would like to correct? And maybe we could just do it as a board responsibility?
Well, I don't know about any of the stakeholder meetings. I mean, I know some of the bigger ones that we get, for we get emails on, but like, I don't know when, when,
We're not told.
yeah,
It's there's an advisory I always get.
not for,
It's Justin's fault.
no, Jessica, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, there's a lot of things, like I may have been the one that said, like, so I apologize in advance, Jessica, that if I may have been the one that said, yeah, I want some language, and I just don't recall saying it that way. And I definitely have that issue from time to time of not remembering my exact intent. I think I do, but but it seems to me that there's a lot of subcommittee meetings where people are meeting with people out, stakeholders, and it's not like we're not all advised of those and invited to them. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, that's correct. Because part of the subcommittees, the direction to the MDC is to work with stakeholders on issues that they're tackling. So no, it's not, and it also depends on the issue and the type of information we need. If we know that this is a gigantic issue that's going to have a lot of impact, that's when we do bigger, open stakeholder meetings to invite everybody in, like the electronic medical records discussion, because we wanted to put it out there to everyone. When we talk about unlicensed practice, we wanted to see what's happening in the industry. We open it up to everyone. If it's a very specific thing that we're looking at, we don't need to open it up to everyone. It just depends on the topic. But there's a lot of subcommittee meetings where it's just the two of them. And the reason why you have subcommittees is because you don't have to do the whole big open meeting and all of the official meetings. But yes, it goes both ways. And there's times where it's just the two working through issues, talking through it, and looking at the data that's collected and deciding, okay, what direction, what do we think we want to do? Those are not broadly communicated. But if I'm hearing that you want to be involved or at least be able to listen, I guess I just don't understand then why you have an MDC. That's what I keep going back to. Like, why do you have it then?
Well, and I'm going to speak to this. This board composition right now is extremely active. I have seen board compositions where people don't come and don't read the minutes or meet the board packet before they even come. And so it's really hard because this board is extremely involved, but I have watched this board evolve. And so there have been people on the board that don't care. They don't participate. They have no interest in anything
just-
that happens. And that's scary. That's really scary.
I think we just have to find a happy medium. I think we all agree that there is a huge benefit having an MDC because there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the background, right? But at the same time, I guess, in the course of them accomplishing the task that they are being given, there are times where the board is left out of integral, communication or information, and that's why we feel that when the reports are provided, it's already kind of, concluded, right? Which obviously it's not, because it's still up to the board to approve it or not. So I guess I need to ask each and every one from the board, like, what exactly are we asking the MDC to do and not to do? And just kind of have a clearer direction of maybe being very specific. If we ask you to do this, what I want is this and this and that, and not the, And Ms. Arlowski, I'm sorry, Mayor Mitchell, go ahead.
So I think that, yeah, I definitely think that we're not questioning whether or not we need the MDC. I'm certainly not. I think it's a really important group that helps us get our work done and look at the issues. I also think that the idea of the stakeholder meetings at that level is important because, I mean, we're not going to want the board to necessarily meet with all the stakeholders on all the issues. It'll never get done, right? So I think that's an important function of the MDC is meeting with the stakeholders, sussing it all out. You're going to probably get a lot of people in the room who aren't happy with what's being said by some other group or whatever. And I think that's an important function. But it's really just sort of the research analysis, which I think we've said, and then to bring a recommendation. And I don't know, I guess sometimes we're specifically saying to them, give us some wording in on some of the legislation or the changes that we want. So if we're clear, that's the big question, right? But I do think it's an important body to help us get to where we need to be.
I'm a little confused because I feel like that's exactly what the MDC is doing. Like doing the work. Okay, Dr. Tomlinson.
And totally agree. The MDC is very necessary. They do an awful lot of work. What we're asking for is just a little different. In other words, when I send some blood for a culture and ask them, what are my choices for antibiotics? I don't want them to say amoxicillin. I want to say, this is the best, this is second best, this is third best. I want them to give me choices because maybe my patient can't have that one. Same thing with the MDC. When they come back to us, go ahead and give us, our answer is this, but why did you come to that? What were you wrestling with? Is there an alternate that is being, some of the time what is presented is, here's my opinion, and the other person on the subcommittee had the opposite opinion. Maybe we should have two people present. You know, it's not always best to get one answer. Jessica?
So if you read the memos, oftentimes there's lots of alternatives in there. There's lots of different sides in there. So I guess I'm not understanding, because when in reality, I feel like that is what's happening. So I don't understand.
Just to clarify, like on Tuesday, the data that was submitted by the subject experts was not transmitted to us. There was a lot of information that was brought out on.
The presentation itself? Okay, so just so I understand what's being said. So it's, and also to kind of piggybacking off on what you had said, you have the memos, which is it's as good as the information that they have at the time, all of the opinions at the time, and they may make a recommendation, they may not make a recommendation. The electronic records discussion, to me, was a perfect example because the subcommittee actually didn't make a recommendation. They didn't know which way to go. They weren't comfortable with making a recommendation, but the thought was the board wanted to see what it would look like. We actually, in order to know what the thoughts were, we needed to have something to talk to stakeholders about to see how it could look. So I felt like we needed something to help the discussion. But that subcommittee was not comfortable with making a recommendation. So in that memo itself, it had the understanding of why this issue was before the MDC. It had all of the research it did, and then it gave it to the MDC to discuss. It talked about what? It talked about the stakeholder meeting, all the input that was provided, all of the concerns that were raised. And then it said, we don't have a recommendation. We need to talk through this with the MDC. And the MDC did decide to make a formal recommendation to the board after that discussion. But you have instances where they're not clear. But it sounds like, though, in the HVSN, you know what I'm talking about. And in that one, again, it was based on the information they had at the time in that subcommittee, who did research, had their independent discussions with other experts, and gathered all the information they had, put it into a memo with that information. They didn't have a recommendation because they didn't agree with each other. And so they're like, we're gonna provide this all to the MDC and have them discuss it with the stakeholder. We're going to invite the experts to have them come and give a presentation. There were 4 experts that came during the meeting. But it sounds like the concern is the presentation that occurred there wasn't a great summary being provided to the board about the presentation and the discussion that happened. That's not, to me, not necessarily something that needs to be changed in the process of how we got to that point. It was more of, we need a better summary. But I do want to remind everybody, there is a reason why there are 2 board members on the MDC. You have a board liaison and you have the RVT member who are supposed to also provide that communication, the liaison to the committee. So if you feel like there's something missing and you weren't able to watch it, that's where they step in as well and provide that information. Also, if you don't feel like whoever's giving you the presentation, if you don't feel like that was enough, ask questions. Ask them what else was discussed. What were the concerns? So it sounds like the concern was you're not getting a great summary of whoever's providing that summary of what happened after the memo.
And I would like to add for the electronic medical records, you know, we got public comment that was not given to us during public comment at the MDC. That public comment was not made at all. Did not provide that public comment, did not provide that feedback or anything at the MDC level. So it's like, that's also hard for the MDC to make decisions and present more, because they would have been able to provide more information to the board had they gotten that public comment at the MDC level. So the MDC would have been able to provide that feedback to the board if they would have received that feedback. And so,
So I guess for me, on a personal level, being part of the subcommittee, I'm thinking about what we could have done different, with regards to the report. And I guess that would be putting together what we had in the memo, but creating a better summary for additional information that we got, the day before. So at least it's all, introduced there. Um, I do have another question. I just remembered when you said the public comment. Why does the MDC I also have items not on the agenda? Because I'm thinking if the MDC's function is to discuss what is being handed by the board, why are we entertaining items not on the agenda from the public? Just a thought. Go ahead.
The best answer to that is it's an artifact of the requirement to have an agenda. So Bagley-Keene requires the committee to have an agenda. The agenda has to have the items on there and any actions that would be taken, notice of the time and place, et cetera. And there has to be some mechanism for public participation for items that are not on the agenda. So that's just part of the process of having an agendized meeting under Bagley-Keene.
I feel like we're going around and round, but it is an important topic, and obviously people feel strongly about it. These discussions about what happened yesterday and the day before are really just examples. This isn't like to pull apart this particular situation. It's just examples, and sometimes it works really well. The system does work really well, and we're super happy with it. And so I think we need to remember that as well. For me, I feel like the big thing is that sometimes there are issues where I want the board to have more input before final products are being presented. And that may be that it's on the agenda, but the summary comes to us and they can say, hey, we'd love your input on this, and try and summarize as best as possible. But, it may be that we have to watch it later to be able to say more. I don't know. I know that that's not as efficient. And I know that there's sometimes like the crematorium thing that was great and that was efficient. So that was where it was like, so it's very hard. It's not a black and white, Jessica. I think it's going to be really hard to know how to guide people because it's not a one size fits all, unfortunately, I don't think. But I think that we just have to have a little bit more clarity when we're requesting things from the board or from the MDC. I think that we need to not try and rush really big topics and issues just for the sake of efficiency. Those would be my two big points.
And
Noting that the board has no discretion over the existence of the committee, but it does have discretion over the charges that it gives to the committee.
Correct.
And as a stranger, a visitor, an interim general counsel, my question would be, how is the committee typically charged with its tasks? Is it handled by motion, a resolution, or just some general guidance that happens in the meeting? And you might look at the mechanism for how the charge to the committee is made.
So to answer that, it's not an official motion, it's just direction. And some it's very clear, at least what I thought was clear, and some it's not. Some is, this is a topic, we'd like it to be looked at and then bring recommendations back. Clearly, I think it needs to be more clear on what specifically you're asking for to be brought back. I think that would help if you want recommendations or not. I would just ask though that if it's just a matter of research, most of the time, I'd say about 85%, if not more of the time, I'm doing the research anyway. And so that's where it's I guess it depends on, do you need it to go to the MDC, or are you solely seeking research? Because I do that research. So I guess for me, what helps guide the discussions is I get all of the research, and then I get the experts to evaluate all of the research. And if they need stakeholder involvement, then they can analyze all of that and then help them put something together, what the recommendations are for what they want to do. But if it's solely research, I do that. So I guess it's like, what do you want? And it just be more.
I don't think we realize how much of the work she's already doing, putting into it. So everything is already provided for her, I mean, by her. And so why are we saying, oh, we need the MDC if we don't want to vote from them, if we don't want them to have discussion on it, and we want them to present us with option 1, 2, and 3. Well, she's pretty much already doing that. So that's her question, like why?
And if you want to vet things with stakeholders, I could do that, or you could have a couple board members or subcommittee members do that with me. But I guess I just really don't understand based on what I'm hearing. I mean, I know that you say that you value the MDC. I very much value the MDC, but from what I'm hearing, I'm still not hearing why you have a benefit to the MDC, because in that process that you're doing, if you're going to put it off for the next quarter, how that did happen, because you and I started around the same
Yeah.
time. By the time I started, when I think one of my first meetings, we had 25 rulemaking packages pending, just 25. The alternate premises rulemaking package took 5 years to even agree on the language. So, but
that was with an MDC.
Sure, but it was, the board would have something brought to them, and they said, we want the MDC to look at that. So then that would go to the next MDC meeting 3 months later. The MDC would have the discussion, and they sometimes aren't ready based on that discussion to do anything at that point. So then it goes to the next, another 3 months later, for them to fully talk about it, have some language. They would have some language at that time. And then the board wouldn't be able to discuss it until the next meeting. And then there were times where at that meeting, the board says, we're not ready for this yet. It needs to go back, and they give input on it. And then it goes back to the MDC, and you're out at that point from what you wanted them to do. So I'm very concerned if you do it that way. The reason why we did it this way is because it was faster. So if you want it, I'm very concerned about how much longer it's going to take to get things done. And I think yes, there's some where you feel like it's just not ready, or you went too fast, but so far, most of the time, it seems that it's been like the animal remains one that was super fast and straightforward, but it would have to just be, so whatever you guys want, we'll do. I just want to make sure that I understand what the actual problem is to know what the solution could be, because if
Jessica.
it's just about research, I can do the research.
Dr. Maniak, go ahead.
Based on what you're hearing from us, what do you think can be changed with the MDC?
Wait on you.
Honestly, based on what I'm hearing from you, you don't want an MDC. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing on you. I don't think that you guys really want an MDC. As far as what you're saying, the stuff that you want from the MDC, the research.
Can I suggest that, because I think that is not the message. I think everybody is in agreement that we do need the MDC. It's just that maybe there are areas where we need them to scale back a little bit, right? And also to really be cognizant of, if they think this is great information, maybe the board needs to hear this information. So what I am suggesting is it possible since Christy and I are on the MDC, to sit down with Dr. Waterhouse initially?
No.
No, we
because of
can't?
Bagley King.
That's a 3-person meeting.
Or I can talk to Dr. Waterhouse
Yes.
and bring up concerns and the specific concerns that has been brought up. that there are gaps, and I think the intent is great about providing us the information and the recommendations, but sometimes things fall through the cracks that it just comes out as incomplete as far as the board is concerned. There are vital information that is being left out that is maybe cleared by the MDC because they already saw all the information, right? So
I just need to know, like, what do you guys, do you want them to not provide it for the next day? We can put it on the next agenda item or the next board meeting, I mean. So if we could do that, we could try that again. But also pair it with more specific direction of what exactly you want back from them. Do you want recommendations or do you want research? And if it's truly just research, then maybe rethink if you do need to send it to the MDC or not.
Well, I mean, I think that the MDC is really important in working through some of the language once the direction has been decided, because that language, you guys write it initially, right? And then they go through it, and then they have public comment and rewrite it and come up, go kind of troubleshoot it. And then we have to troubleshoot it a second time, but they look at it first. But I think that that initial go through is a big go through that they do. But it's like, once they know that that's actually the direction we want to go, because it's hard when this stuff is already, like, if it's been decided on in the MDC meeting and then it is, the language is written and everything, it's kind of already like the ball is already rolling, and it's very hard to pull that ball back without it being a big issue. So I don't know. I'm okay actually, continuing on in the same way, it with just a little bit clearer issuance by us because I don't think we are very clear most of the time. I feel like you ask for clarity and we're like, oh,
That's
and
exactly.
and
yes.
I mean, I feel for you and then I feel for them because it's like, hey, they need a more clear thing. And we're like, yeah, well, it's good, and we don't give
That's exactly.
very clear
Every-
direction, and that's
every
on
time.
us.
Every time Jessica says,
Dr.
"Can you
Tomlinson.
please do that."
One example would be on Tuesday, they spent almost 45 minutes deciding between two different wordings. How about if they say, we disagree, we'll send that to the board, give them both wordings. I hate to see them spending an hour on something and then handing it to us, and then we go, well, why wasn't the other one? And then we spend an hour going.
That's more rare as far as like that happening. That I think was unique to where it was so controversial. Most of the time, we don't spend an hour debating one word. I mean, I think with everything going on, correct me if I'm wrong, because the people who've been on the MDC, there hasn't been in since 2018, since I started, that's not an indicative example of what happens. So just,
Yeah, maybe yesterday, there's two huge meaty issues, right? And maybe yesterday worked out great. The MDC came in with a recommendation on things, which included a medical records recommendation. Everyone's eyebrows were raised. We heard from other stakeholders, right? And I think the worst thing is MDC spent a lot of time and we ended up not agreeing with the recommendation, but maybe I'm looking at it a different way. Maybe it actually worked in the way it was supposed to work.
yes.
And then I'm thinking about another huge meaty issue, right? Related to standards for whatever you want to call it, not quality, high volume spay and neuter. And again, a meaty issue. And maybe our mistake yesterday was trying to rush to a decision as opposed to saying, woo, we've got a lot of terms and we have a statute and we have a regulation and they overlap. It was a big, maybe our mistake yesterday was making a decision versus
Trying to make a decision.
having a discussion about what else we need to do and the timeline we need to do it in, right? In order to provide proper input. I don't know.
That's what I.
Yeah, that was yesterday. Actually, I mean, I will say Cheryl did a great, these are the things we need to accomplish. It's this versus this, right? Here, they did present us with, we're talking about area versus room. And I mean, we did have a decision yesterday about things. We came in with a decision. So in that respect, we were presented with options yesterday. How long did we debate these options? And that was a very,
Yeah, and
it
that
was
should
what
have
we
been
were supposed to
simply
do. We have not been, this the composition of this board has not had to deal with this type of involvement yet, because so far, I think it's felt like a rubber stamp because you've come in on the end of the writing of things. So the alternate premises, you came in at the end, you didn't get the meat of it. I mean, would you agree, Dr. Bradbury, Dr. Salcedo? I mean, you guys came in at the end. I mean, but the board was very involved in that aspect of it, but it was hashed out in the MDC, and then it comes to the board and there's, okay, here's where the decisions are made, and you're getting options. Here, options are being presented. So I agree with Dr. Bradbury in that, because like, I think I started with this, we are not clear with the direction in which we give we are very much, and every time Jessica asks us, I just want to clarify this. So what you're asking of the MDC is this. And every time we're like, oh yeah, kind of. And we give her like 4 different things. So talk about options. That's on us.
I guess the other thing too, because we brought up the whole HBS and whatever. That question was, should they ask for an exemption to the surgery room? That was the question. That was what was debated. That was the recommendation that came out. So I don't know how to be more specific than that. That's what you asked them to do.
The specific written charge that I was shown said, please provide us with statistics on, is it high quality? How do you know it's high quality? High volume, what is high volume? They came back with 30 and 20, and that was wonderful there, but we had no statistics on the high quality that we felt we could rely on.
So that subcommittee tried to get that and found that everybody they asked, and I mean, you were on it, so I won't.
So
speak for you.
that was part of, again, because high quality, high volume spay neuter has different subtypes, right? And so we just recognized that after our conversation with stakeholders from Davis, right? And that's why in our conversation, when we were discussing this, we felt that the information we got was not enough because it just came from this group. And we reached out to other people, but we did not get enough response. And so only when we started reaching out to others, and we're lucky enough that we were able to get Dr. Bushby to participate, that was a totally new set of information that we had. So technically, if we're talking about how the process is, that information would not have been included in that report just yet because it just happened in less than 24 hours, right? So the research, the report that was initially created was based on the information prior, right? So, and I understand that that is what we're requesting, is if there are more information, and then it goes back to the specificity of our questions, of the charge that we give them, right? Go ahead, Mr. Espinosa.
My observation was yesterday, one of the votes seemed rather rushed. Like we felt we had to make a decision right away, and then we're actually crafting and changing and amending the regulation on the fly here. But that's all self-imposed. You know, they brought the information back to us, and perhaps it was a motion. We decided as a board, well, now we have to come up with something and approve it. I mean, that's self-imposed. We could have said, okay, they brought it back to us. Let's put this on the agenda for next quarter while we think about it and see what direction. But this is something that we owe a responsibility with respect to a hasty decision. Many of us were not prepared or uninformed about it because it came to us so quickly. And then for the first time, we're learning from other stakeholders that there's strong input that we weren't aware of. But I think ultimately, as a board, we have to accept some responsibility for how that developed.
Yeah.
So I guess based on the conversation, does the board request the MDC to provide us their report made from the previous meeting so that we would have it not the day before, but maybe a week or 2 weeks before?
You get
No, because the
But it's 2
report,
weeks before.
yeah, no, but the chairman's report is done.
So what about if the MDC met on a different time than the board? Yeah, it would, but it would be and I know that would be a lot for you. I'm just saying if they were
A week
2 weeks.
before, 2 weeks before.
Yeah, that's a lot, right?
It's a meeting. So I mean, it's just.
But it's travel back and forth for people who are on it, like.
Yeah,
the-
so you have. if
You'd
you
have
have some
extra
board
travel.
members,
Yeah.
right, and then also that.
The chair, yeah.
So yes, that's more.
But it would be another way of potentially having them do that. Then they would, their memo would be reflective of what actually happened. And the information would be actually what happened. It would also give us an ability to watch the webcast prior to the meeting. And then it would be not as rushed. So just a
And we could
suggestion.
ask for clarifications from Jessica during those 2 weeks too, if it was 2 weeks before. There's a lot that happens that it would be really nice to ask a question about. And yes, we get to do it the next day, but we are so rushed the next day.
Just want to be careful with serial meetings. I mean, would be my concern from what I'm hearing, Ken. I don't know. That just seems still to be a serial meeting.
You obviously have to be cautious of those types of serial or spoken wheel type meetings. Many boards within the department have standing policy committees that correspond to the functional areas of their programs. And those committees typically meet on a quarterly basis ahead of the board meeting itself. And in time to prepare a written report of the transactions and occurrences that happened in the meeting that can be reviewed by the full board ahead of the board meeting as part of the packet.
How advanced do they get it before the board meeting?
Typically a month.
Mhm.
And the chair could present on video.
Sure.
Remotely, yeah.
There aren't really, as far as I know, any equivalent committees in other boards. The Athletic Commission has a medical advisory committee, but it serves a highly technical function of providing medical guidance. I think that the Accountancy Board had a similar committee that our committee here was formed or it was based on back when the legislation passed. But this is kind of a unique situation. The board also has other options. They could, create their own committee to look into a matter. And typically those are two-person committees, so the notice and open meeting requirements. I mean, obviously it's an open meeting, but the notice and agenda requirements wouldn't apply. It would be less difficult to schedule this kind of meeting. So there are different options. So the board could give a specific charge to the MDC. The board could form a special committee to look at a particular question, or it could direct staff to look into a particular question. So those are the kinds of options that the board would have. Not stuck with charging the MDC. There are other options.
I guess in recognition of what has been expressed earlier, that we do want MDC to stay. We just need to make some changes. So is the board, the board members amenable to the fact that we will try to have a conversation with MDC leadership and try to create the changes and see if that is something, like if we have to be very specific about limiting the discussions in creating recommendations, but more focusing on factual data to be presented to the board.
No. As, I just need, so I love the idea of a conversation with them, but I don't understand what changes you guys are wanting. So I need to know exactly what you guys want to see, and then that's what we can do.
Your microphone.
I'd like to see the MDC meet at at least a couple weeks before, so that we have the time to look through their material and ingest it, and be able to be well informed to discuss the matters that they've gone through and have discussed as well.
I agree.
So you said at least 2 weeks, just logistically, it'll likely be longer than 2 weeks, just with the 10-day notice requirements, being able to pivot to the planning the next meeting. So it'll be,
Month is fine.
can I say at least a month and then look at calendars and logistics of how that would work?
Sure.
Okay, so we're gonna change the MDC calendar to meet, they're still gonna meet quarterly, it's my understanding, and at least a month prior to the board meeting. Yes?
Ms. Orlowski?
I don't think your mic is on.
So, I mean, assuming, right, I just want to be sensitive to the fact that that affects the both of you and the MDC piece of it. And then two, if there's a budgetary issue, because then there would be additional travel and expenses. So I just wanted to ask just those logistical questions. Hmm?
Solicito has to travel. I'm here local, so.
You're still traveling, so we still pay you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are those my just, I mean, because I think that I'm entirely in favor of that. And that to me is the change that would probably have the best impact for some of the concerns, but
I'm more concerned about the budgetary impact, and that's why
I'm worried about budget and staff.
Mhm. Yeah. I would say the second thing is that the onus is on us.
Sorry, before we move to another change, can I
Yeah.
just, because I'm still not hearing, do you want that or not? Because people are raising budgetary concerns, so.
Is there a budgetary concern? with that?
I mean, I'm always concerned about the budget. So it's just understanding that it adds additional cost. So if you guys are okay with that, we can move forward. I just need to know from you.
Worth it.
I think the question is there an estimate, just a ballpark of what that additional cost might be?
I don't have that number on top of my head, but you're thinking it's gonna be the flight and but also, I mean, you have members who are here now who are doing that. It's just the two that are on the board is really gonna be the cost impact because you're paying for an extra day. Those are extra flights. So whatever the cost is for that day, yeah, so,
Yeah, $1,000, it's worth it.
okay. So is that,
Yes.
Yes.
There's no extra staff costs.
They're here. yeah.
we're doing it anyway.
I know, but,
Whether it's a day here or.
yeah,
here.
but, I mean, we have AV costs too. It's not,
But he's gonna be here
you're stuck no
today
matter what.
versus last month. Bryce is here for life.
Okay, as long as Bryce is here for life, we're good.
That's in the meeting minutes, the action minutes.
Oh, he signed one of those lifelong contracts? Okay, good.
He's a DCA lifer with you.
It's now recorded in the minute. And you officially.
Okay, so
Anything else?
The other thing I think is the onus on us, the board, to be more clear of what we are asking. And I think we need to, instead of telling Jessica, well, yeah, whatever, we need to be more clear. We can't do that to her.
We have a tendency to think Jessica's perfect because she usually is.
She
Not.
is.
clearly not. That's been proven today.
We think you are. And so, yes, no, it's not you, it's us. So, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised, Jessica, if I actually said to you, I'd like some language, or in the meeting, I would like some language to look at regarding electronic medical records. So again, I'm sorry if we were that specific and then changed our mind later.
Okay.
We all own this.
Maybe we agree.
All right. Anything else?
Maybe it
I
worked
think we're
yesterday.
good. So that is, those are the suggested changes, right? The schedule of the meeting and then,
I'm just going to repeat it.
Mhm.
The two changes that we're saying, the two changes, we're going to change the schedule for them to meet at least 1 month prior to the board meeting. And the board's going to be more specific in what they're asking the MDC to do. Can I also just, when you guys are deciding who's going to do what, decide what you need. And then if it's just research, I can do the research. I typically do it anyway. Then you might not need to punt it to the MDC. So
Perfect.
okay, great.
I think we really would turn to you and say, this is what we need. You tell us the most efficient way to do that.
okay. Do we still need to go to the
Public
Public
comment?
agenda?
comment.
Now we are opening it up for public comment. Agenda item 7. Anybody in the room? None? Okay, moderator, can you please open it up for anybody who's participating online?
Certainly, this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the discussion or the issue or the motion, you may look for the hand icon, typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen. Or if you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options. And any call-in user could press *3 to raise their hand. We ask people to speak once per agenda item, and we will allow 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. So our first comment request is from Grant Miller. Grant, I'm going to send you a request to unmute.
Hi, folks. I'm so sorry I'm not there today. I came down with a really bad head cold and wanted to spare you all, my risk of infecting you. So I'm so sorry about that. But I have been listening intently to your conversation today and very much appreciate the conversation and also where you're going with what would seem to be the best viable option to balance the speed at which we need to do regulations, but also the quality of the regulations. I think it's this doing it a month out ahead of time is a really good option. I myself have had extreme difficulty at times trying to be able to speak on behalf of the profession when I have less than 24 hours to contact my leadership. So for instance, yesterday, I had to go out to the truck and do a conference call with my leadership to be able to make comments on the electronic medical records. And I would really have rather preferred to have a more robust conversation with our entire board rather than just our executive committee. And so I find that I'm abbreviating the quality of what the CVMA brings to the table with this expedited format. But at the same time, I am sensitive to the fact that we do need to move because we're being usurped by statute, which is also very fast and loose at times and can result in very poor outcomes. So I think that the 1 month is a very good idea. I'd also like to just point out to you historically that we really do feel that there's a very strong need for the MDC. Your board cannot do all of this work and research alone by assigning 2-person subcommittees. That became apparent many years ago. I would also like to point out that when you assign somebody like Jessica a task to research something, I cannot underscore how important it is to understand that there is nobody like Jessica out there. She is a one-of-a-kind executive director, and the amount of corruption that we have dealt with at the board over the years with very, very biased executive directors, people who just would not do their job at all. So if you ask them to do something, it just wouldn't happen. Really poor legal counsel, none of which we have today. We have the most exemplary executive director and legal counsel we've ever seen, and we've written that publicly many times. But that won't always be the case. And so we felt that statutorily we needed to secure a non-biased group of working experts to assist the board in analyzing issues, doing a deep dive. And for that reason, we strongly feel that the statute should remain and that the MDC should continue to be
15
there.
seconds.
And I had another thought, but now the 15-second warning really got me off kilter. Um, and the legislature obviously agreed with us, which shows you historically how badly this board behaved for them to statutorily institute an advisory committee, because normally committees are just created by the board at the board's discretion. But this
I'm
one was actually
sorry, your
put in
time is up.
statute. It was actually put in statute for a specific reason. So I
Moderator,
think
it's
we should.
okay. Go ahead, Grant.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your instruction. One moment.
Maybe I should have just come in person and infected everybody. So I do think that it's good to keep it, but I do like the idea of trying on this 1 month staggering to see if it gives everyone a chance to breathe. And, we can revisit it. If it doesn't work, we can try something different, but I appreciate where you're going with it and feel that you're on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. And our next raised hand is from the California Veterinary Medical Association. So I'll send you a request to unmute your mic.
It'll be probably Dan Baxter.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. It's Dan Baxter from the CVMA. I largely agree with what Grant said, and honestly, I think at the end there, you reached exactly the right result. I think having the meetings a month or so ahead of time gives you the ability to reflect, analyze, assess, and come into the actual board meeting with the ammunition necessary to make appropriate decisions. For whatever it's worth, that's very much what we do at the CVMA. We have a lot of committees, and we try to make sure that those committee meetings happen in an ample enough amount of time to allow the board to do, our board to do exactly, what you're contemplating. So I think that's the right result. And then again, in terms of how you're deploying the MDC, I would again hearken to our committees. We put guardrails around what the committee is being asked to do, what the committee can do. And if there's any discomfiture or insecurity about what the MDC is doing, place those strict guardrails around it, deploy it in the way that you see fit and in the way that's best designed to get the job done that you want it to do. And I think as long as you do those two things, the timing aspect and the guardrails aspect, I think you'll get exactly what you want. So I think you've reached the right result. And I guess I'm just saying go team. So thanks.
Thank you for your comments. I do not see any further requests for comment, so I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is President's report. I don't have much, although the highlight of the first quarter was the board president's training that I had to attend, which was very insightful. And then we also did a presentation at Western University for students to know more about the board. And the 100 degrees heat walk in Palm Springs that we did for the Desert International Horse Park. And the last one I would like to highlight is the board orientation training, member orientation training, which I just found out we don't need to be reminded to have a deadline to actually attend. It's a regular offering by Solid. So, and this is the workbook. It's really good, source of information. And that's it. That's my report. Next agenda would be, public comment for the president's report from the room. There's none. Moderator, can you please open it up for folks online?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the president's report, instructions are on the screen. Press the hand icon. We ask for each person to limit their comments to 3 minutes, and we will give you a 15-second warning. Any comments on the president's report? I do not see any hands raised. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda would be the RVT report.
So thank you. So NAVTA has undergone some transformation with new leadership. I'll speak personally that I am pleased with it so far. What is happening? They're better aligned with representing AVMA and appear to be better aligned. I think it helps when two professional organizations that are linked work together for a common goal. And on that front, NAVTA has come out strongly against the Veterinary Professional Associate. In March, they held a listening session discussing their mid-level practitioner task force findings and recommendations, which can be found online. But basically, to sum it up, they share many pathways for RVTs, and NAVTA feels credentialed technicians are essential providers and are vital for delivering safe and high-quality veterinary care in clinical settings. They also feel credentialed technicians or RVTs should remain central with expanded roles supported by accredited academic pathways to ensure safety and integrity. Along the VT&E lines, we had a meeting at the end of January. We have another one in June in Nashville. We had some minor bylaws revisions that were presented to us with clarifying chair terms and now have a chair-elect position, which I was nominated for. We discussed the Spanish translation survey regarding the VT&E and potential questions to be asked of candidates. The committee finalized their review of the VT&E in March, and the report has been submitted to the board of directors.
Okay, any comments? All right, public comment from the room, none. Moderator, can you open it up for folks online?
Certainly. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Any comments on the report? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next, the last agenda item would be the future meeting dates and future
agenda items.
items. Yes.
So we have some items that are pending, and I just want to understand exactly what you're asking the MDC to do. So right now, there's a pending item that they haven't started yet because we were doing the other items. The big one being separating the MGL from the veterinary premises standards. So the board had discussed the issue as far as what the concerns are that we're seeing. And that was sent to the MDC to work on. Are you wanting to see now draft language, or are you wanting to have more discussion about that topic?
So Jessica, do you feel like it's a pretty straightforward change, or is it something where it's like we can do it this way or we can do it that way, and these are the pros and cons of each?
I think I'm understanding what the issue is. I think we can draft language, and because it sounds like all of the concerns that we're seeing, we have presented it, and the board, from my understanding, is that the board said, yes, we would like to separate the two. And so I think we're to a point where now we need to look at it and separate the two. Straightforward, yes, but I think it's going to be massive. And I think that it's also a big change, not just statewide, but it's different nationally. So it would be something that I would like to vet with stakeholders. So would you like us to work on language at the MDC subcommittees and have stakeholder meetings, or are you wanting to have us present draft language and do it here? What would you like to do?
I'd love to get interim reports back if we could from them, like what's going on right now, and then have them start drafting it. And if they come up with, oh man, here's a big thing we found that's a problem, tell us. If they say everything's going smoothly, fine.
They do that at the report.
Okay.
So they do provide that during their report.
And if they provide it, then that's all we can ask.
So when you say interim, how often are you?
Whenever they hit something that is, but if they only meet once a quarter, then we only get a report once a quarter. But if the task force is the two people are working throughout, I would like to hear if things are just going wonderfully great, but if they if one's going this way and one's going this way, because there's only two of them, ask. In other words, just more communication. Okay.
So if the subcommittee members of the MDC, typically how it works now, just like it did with the other one, they don't agree with each other, but they put it all there. They give all the options. They present it to the MDC, who then came with the information. So how is,
What I'm saying is, even before they present to the MDC, could they send it to us? Are they allowed to?
Can I ask what specific information in the report that, because I feel like we need to give direction, right? Because we just cannot say, you know, like make a report.
I personally think the timing of the MDC changes it.
Right.
So
Cure this.
okay, so then are you asking for language to be drafted recommendations?
yes.
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 Okay, yes, that's the understanding.
Yes.
Okay, similarly, another thing that was sent to them, it was reported there was concerns during the enforcement committee report at the last one regarding charging for prescriptions or in the time it takes to refill prescriptions that was brought and reported to the board. This is a concern that was raised. Do you want us to look into it further and come up with recommendations? Is my understanding the board said, yes, we want that, the MDC to tackle that as well. Are you wanting recommendations? Are you wanting more research, or what would you like?
That's probably going to be a research thing, so I'm guessing that's going to be a you thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the question was that statement, there was question whether it was for refills 2 years later or whether it was just the original.
Well, it's more information, so I'm guessing it's just, we need more
Oh, no.
information.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a you thing, correct? If it's research, it's you?
Yeah, so I think if you were, if I'm clear on the information you would like, I can do the research, bring it back, and then with more information, you can decide what, if anything, you would like the MDC to do. Okay, so then I'm going to take that off of the MDC item, and then I can bring that at a future board meeting.
Wonderful.
Okay, so another item it was brought up during the public comment of an MDC meeting. And I think it was reported at the board meeting, but not decided on if the MDC should work on it. And that was a concern that was raised in public comment from shelter veterinarian related to animal control officers and being able to euthanize and their ability to carry controlled substances. There's a concern that there's no California law that the California law conflicts with federal law. And the California law itself is not great because it only talks about tranquilizers, not controlled substances. So there's a conflict there. And so during the MDC meeting, we needed to have more research to see even what it was, but it was then also, I think, quickly probably brought up to the board. So for that, would you like more information? Would you like language? I do know that Tara looked into it. There needs, depending on that, there would need to be a potential penal code change to authorize them. I think it's a bigger issue than that. Because I hearing this issue, and we could solve it in law, but talking to other states, there's a lot of other states who have the same problem and dealt with it very differently. So I could do the research of what other states, how they're dealing with it, and bring it to you, or we can go to the MDC. What would you like?
Wouldn't that be a
Can I suggest
stakeholders too, though?
And we do research on what is happening in the California shelters, because different shelters may have different.
Yeah, so this came from a concern from the shelters because the law's not clear on, they cannot carry controlled substances.
Yes.
So that's the concern is they can do tranquilizers, but
Euthanasia
it was brought from them. This is, they're saying this is not clear.
I think
we need the assistance.
we need clarity on what the problem is.
Okay.
What California laws conflict with a solution, how other states have figured it out, because federal law is tough on this one with controlled substances.
It is. And
Oh,
so
but Tara figured it out. I mean,
well,
Tara.
no, she figured
well,
out how to fix the penal code.
Right.
But when I saw that, my concern was this is actually a bigger issue.
Right.
So I can do the research of what other states are doing, and then bring that all to you. You guys decide. Yes?
Perfect.
Okay. Another item, Dr. Maniak, during the future items discussion last board meeting, I think it was the last one, might have been the one before that, you had brought up the desire to look at RVT scope of practice. I at the time had made the clarification that the board doesn't typically do scope of practice discussions that have to be done in legislation. That's done from the association. However, you can look at the supervision requirements and the tasks that RVTs are able to do. So would you like the MDC to look at the supervision requirements when it comes to RVTs?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just say that, didn't we just do this? Like, didn't we do this in the last 5 years? Go
We
over
have,
all
yes,
of this already once?
yes.
Okay.
But I'm bringing it up because it was another request to be done. So,
If it's been done and the rest of the board members, especially Christy, is happy with the current statute, then I'm fine with tabling it.
it also, when it was discussed, it was about a certain specifying whether or not more tasks should be added to it. And they were specifying a lot of tasks, and they decided to take a back seat and not back seat, take it a step back, be less specific, less prescriptive in there. I don't know, because some of these discussions were before my time too, but I don't know if they ever discussed about RVT specialists and if because that's a higher certification. So if certain RVTs have a higher specialist, do they have to have the same level of supervision for certain things in their specialty than a RVT who doesn't have a certification? I think is the thought that can that supervision change at all based on a certification that an RVT has?
Yeah, so that's where I think this was going, was the VTS. And so, yeah, we did talk about this because I believe I was on the MDC when this was discussed, and I was part of that. And we did take a step back and say, we did not want to change anything about the scope of practice because less is more, and it's better to not say it. When it comes to looking at it now, I'm not opposed to reviewing it, since I know that there are several laws being looked at when it comes to scope of practice and the VTS. So I wouldn't say it would be a bad idea at all to have somebody at least researching what is coming to the table for the future.
So an example is Stephen Sattel brought a legislative proposal, and a lot of that dealt with supervision.
Correct.
That really could be done in regulation, not a legislative proposal, that were new things. So that's where I don't know if that was all covered prior when they were
Was
talking
not.
about RVT tasks.
It
So-
was not. And again, I don't like to be, I would rather be looking at it than just being included and being at the table is basically what I'm saying.
So I would be in support of doing that. I just wanted to bring up that we just recently did this, so.
Okay, so are you asking the MDC to look at supervision requirements, just do research? Do you want them to look at maybe the ledge proposals Stephen Sattel did, other scope of practice? And I can tell you, I think we have the biggest scope of practice for RVTs in California than any other state, but I can verify that. Do you want the MDC to do this? Do you want them to come up with recommendations?
I feel like this is probably an MDC task because I feel like there's going to be stakeholder involvement in this one, but it's going to involve you first because it's always about research first.
Sure, I'm involved either way.
I know.
But are you wanting them to come up, are you wanting them to look at it and make recommendations?
I think let's
Is that
start,
language?
let's start with
Research.
like
Yeah, research.
Yeah, the research of like what
Everything
is
starts with
exactly
research and data.
happening and what the industry, I guess, feels comfortable with, like the the BTSS.
I would like a deep dive into getting Stephen Sattel's bill, or at least the language, comparing it to, what we have here. Is there any other states doing anything specific for VTS. And then maybe a presentation on what the different, like, what is a VTS? Like, I don't, so.
What training what are the requirements to become a VTS and what are they?
Which I don't know if the MDC needs to do that, but.
Yeah.
So, well, that's what so if that's what you would like is more of a deep dive and maybe his presentation and what other states are doing, what the steps are, and if you want a presentation, those are all things we can do here.
I think that would be good. And then we could decide whether we need to ask the MDC to make some language.
Okay, so sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding too. So we have that one. There was public comment. I think you guys already briefly touched on it during the first part, but there was the public comment that the MDC received regarding the anesthesiologist and the RVT's ability to do ultrasound guided regional anesthesia. And that was sent to the MDC, but I just want to be clear of what are you asking from the MDC?
I would like staff to contact this person, but I do believe that may be covered in the previous assignment. Am I wrong?
I mean, I think the conversation I had and my feelings were that if this went to the MDC, they would be getting a presentation from this person and we wouldn't see it and we wouldn't know what the issues are. I think the other comment was that we should get the other side of it, but I don't even know that there is another side and anybody promoting this. So, but if there is, then.
There is.
I didn't, yeah, I also didn't think that, I thought we tabled it and didn't assign it to the MDC because we wanted to have the MDC discussion first.
So I don't, again, I don't know if this is overwhelming what we're doing, but that would be something I would like to know about. But if this meeting was done at the MDC a month before, I could watch it on the webcast.
You want the MDC to do it? Okay. But no recommendations, all you're wanting is research
getting data.
and the presentation.
Yes.
So I guess then why?
What direction are we giving
A
them?
summary, it would be good to get a summary of the different opinions of the MDC. Like if they said, do you think this is a good idea or not? Like I think.
Okay.
Not necessarily a recommendation, but their general feeling of it, a report on that.
Okay. All right. So then there was a request from a public commenter about the definition of surgery specifically. Would you like to do anything with that?
Wasn't that something that we discussed in the unlicensed practice? Where the
So
definition of
currently
surgery?
In AB 1999, that's the board's sponsored bill, it's defining operation. And at first we were talking about defining surgical procedures and that was changed because it conflicted with other parts of law. There was, I think that it was surgical and dental operation is current law. And so we defined what operation meant. And that's what 1999 is doing. So it's not defining surgery. When you don't have a specific definition in statute or regulation, you revert back to plain language. And if plain language is sufficient, then you don't need a more specific definition. I mean, Bonnie had said that she had one case where surgery was in question, and then you had a battle of an expert, which she had said she's been doing this for what, 20 years, 30 years? And we have one case where surgery came up and it was a battle of an expert. So do you want a definition for surgery? Okay.
No.
Okay, so no definition of surgery. I think that I'll stop there.
I would like to bring up that I would like us to review the administrative manual in the part, especially mentioning how we vote on cases, because if currently it states that if there are two holds, it holds a case for discussion. However, if there is one vote for a hold and one vote for, no, one vote for a, what's it? No,
You have hold and then the non-adopt. right?
non-adopt. It will not hold a case
Right.
for review. So that concerned me because if you, I feel like that should be an automatic hold for a discussion. If you're not adopting and one person is holding for a discussion, then we should be discussing that case.
And I think,
But-
I think it's been a minute since we updated those. I think it was, gosh, 24, 20, I don't, it's been a few years. So we can bring it up next agenda item, look at the whole next meeting and look at the whole admin manual, see if the other updates are necessary too. Okay. Anything else that you would like added for the future agenda items? Okay. All right.
Okay, I guess that would be it. Oh, public comment? Public comment, nothing from the room. So moderator, can you please open it up online for those participating remotely?
Certainly, if anyone would like to make a comment on the future agenda items and future meeting schedule, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. We ask speakers to limit themselves to 3 minutes. We'll give you a 15-second warning. Any comments or suggestions for future items? I do not see any raised hands. I will turn the meeting back to you.
And then we'll go back to you.
Thank you. I guess that would conclude our board meeting for this quarter. So meeting adjourned.